ready for another one of these? Okay. Let's see, everything's... Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today, rather than make paintings, we're going to celebrate your paintings, because you guys have been working hard and have been expressing your talent and your passion through drawings and paintings over the last, I don't know, probably 4 months since we did one of these episodes. And there's a lot of stuff to get to. Depending on how much energy I have, I've got an extra Red Bull here ready to go, as well as my tea. So settle in. There's a lot of stuff to look at. We got so much incredible work. I've spent the last like 3 days going through everything on the Facebook group, trying my best to organize all of this together here. So just a quick encouragement for people to like this episode, hit the subscribe button and notification bell. Roughly 70% of the people who watch these videos are not subscribers, and subscribers really help YouTubers like myself to help grow the channel, and that helps us get a little bit of extra money from Google, from the ads. And so you could do me a huge solid just by subscribing. That's all you got to do. But if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you find what I say here to be helpful for you, then consider leaving a donation of $1, $5 through PayPal. You can use the Super Chat while we're live, although Super Chat takes like 50% of whatever you donate, whereas PayPal takes like just $1 off the top, or something like 2% or some. And then the cheapest option, or the greatest benefit to me, is if you do an e-transfer through my email. My email is on the Facebook group and on my personal website. Those links are down below, and you can always send a letter in the mail, all that kind of stuff. Just contact me first rather than sending it to the university. Right now I'm on sabbatical, so I'm not actually on campus, and hopefully I don't have to go there. As much as I love being there, it's kind of nice having a little bit of time off so that I can work on my graphic novel, which I'm still working on. And don't worry, I will let you know when it's ready to buy. It's nowhere near being ready to buy. As much as my editor would love to hear that it's almost ready to be published, I'm still working on that. So, let's, where should we start here? Let's start off with something fun here. Let's go to check out Georges Rodrigue's famous blue dog, or the loup-garou. And this is, it's one of the most iconic images in especially contemporary art. And this is a really fun one to do. And especially since maybe some people are more familiar with this artist's work than others, I think it was high time that we connect here with Rodrigue. And so here, let's look at them all together. We've got Kathy's. Come on. And here's Deborah's inspiration for her own. Deborah likes to customize each of these, which I love. I love it when people like Deborah do that. Kev Grumpy Old. This is his. Pascaline. Paula's. Oh, I got 2 from Paula there. Robin. And there's another Robin. Just a photograph of your dog, I guess. And Zenip. Okay. So cool. Let's write my mat down here. Let's get this sorted out, Michael. So let's start here with Zeneps. This is great. It's also interesting. I see some of your notations underneath the paint, which I think is totally fine. If you look at paintings throughout art history, often there's notations that the artist was, especially artists who were maybe sketching on location and they get back to their studio, often there's little notes underneath the final coat of paint that aren't visible until that artwork is x-rayed, for instance. Yeah, I think this is great. This version, yeah, I mean, let's look at them again. I mean, part of this dog has that, the eyes are wide open, right? And a little bit kind of, you know, that look that dogs sometimes give their owners of like, you know, trying to manipulate people into giving them that little bit of scraps or an extra little dog bone. So I don't, what could I add here, Zinep? I don't know. I think this turned out great. Yeah. I'll have to think about the eyes. Are the now, I don't remember offhand. I'm sure I have that painting right here somewhere. Perhaps the eyes, are they the same color or a little bit more warm from the original? But I think they could be a little bit even more intense, perhaps. This is great. Great job, Robin. Wonderful. I love this. I really like all of this blending and things going on in the chest. That's fantastic. Paula's, I love this. Again, Paula, what I love about the stuff that you do, Paula, is how you draw all of these without using the outlines, so that you're sketching them out on your own, which is great practice. And that instantly makes all of these paintings much more singular and unique, because rather than starting from the same place, you're already deviating just in the drawing, and I mean that in the best way. You really have an opportunity to add your own stamp to all of these. And so this dog is thinned out a little bit more. It looks a little bit more like a Chihuahua or something, right? Which I think is great. Pascaline, this is fantastic too. I like that even a little bit more saturated blue happening in there. That's great. Yeah, again, you know, it's funny, like paintings like this that appear to be very simple can often be some of the more difficult ones for people to do, because there's no room to hide, right? Everything is there for you to see. There's not a lot of details to distract you. I love this too here, Kev. This is fantastic. It almost looks like it's a digital drawing, like done on an iPad or something. Just how smooth. Maybe it is. Is that? I can't tell. It has some of the hallmarks of a digital artwork. Oops, why'd that go like that? That was funny. Let's bring you back here. But the smoothness in here, that's quite nice, how you were able to get some of that with acrylic, if that's indeed done on canvas. And then Deborah, I think that's beautiful. I really like this Deborah. I mean, one of the things too is, you know, the difference. I mean, the immediate thing, obviously there are different breeds of dogs, but just there is something different about like the one dog having its ears perked up wide versus when the dog's ears are kind of down. Often like sort of is a dog that's, you know, a little bit feel a little guilty. Tail between the legs, you know, which I think is just hilarious. I'm a big dog lover myself, so again, I love how you customize. I even like how you added this little shadow, because the original has no shadow that I recall, which just sort of makes it Rodrigue's dog just sort of floating in space. And in that instance, the dog sort of floating in space becomes kind of mythic. You know, it's not of our world. It's this iconic kind of image. just as the Greeks or the Egyptians did with their own gods, right? They're not often standing on something, they're floating in the air. And so what's kind of interesting is how just that little bit of shadow places the dog on the ground and makes it a little bit more, I was going to say human, a little bit more, there's a nod to naturalism. Obviously that bright yellow is very unnatural, but so there's just something kind of fun about how you've done a little playfulness in here. And then Kathy's, that's fantastic. Great job. Wow. I don't have much to add to any of these because I think they're fantastic. And I think this is a great artwork to do. If you haven't done any of these, maybe you're just watching for the first time trying to figure out what this whole group is like and what we do here. So this is a great one if you're a beginner painter and you haven't really done anything before. Maybe do the color wheel in a couple of those lessons, and then this would be a great one to jump right into. All right, so great job, all of those of you who did these. Let's go to our next artist here, Grace Cossington Smith, the famous Australian artist. And this was a great, fun episode for me personally because you may recall I did this episode with my young niece who was visiting from Australia. So we selected an artist from her hometown of Sydney and painted the paintings side by side together. So that was also just kind of something I've been wanting to do for a while because I think at some point I want to do a whole series of episodes like this for children or for parents and their children to collaborate on together. And especially as my own daughter, who you've seen appear here a few times, gets just a little bit older, it's something that I just want to paint with my daughter. I've done that many times on and off camera, but it's also something that I think, because I've done a lot of teaching with little kids, something that would be fun to do as an instructional kind of thing. So if that's something that interests you, leave a comment there, and the more encouragement I get into certain directions, it helps kind of steer this big old boat. So let's see here. We've got Kathy's, Deborah's. I think this is the version 1 or 2. I can't remember if there was a change here. Then Paula's. I don't know if there's a change there either. Rich and Richard's here. Interesting. So maybe let's go back through these. And I'll look at all the comments. Whoa, my goodness. Okay. I love that there's Paula and Kathy and Hast and Jeannie, Deborah, Chase, Holly there. Holly's sick in bed. I hope you get well, Holly. Did I say Senga already? Rivet Girl, Heather, Sarah there. Wow, got the whole gang in place. Sorry, I won't have a chance just to read everyone. I'll read everyone's comments here in a second, just after we talk about all of this work here. So, Kathy, this turned out great. I really like how you painted this, Kathy. And there's a few people like Kathy who've been doing a lot of painting recently. It's always kind of interesting to me how there's some people kind of do a lot, and I think maybe Heather, you're also, if that's the same Heather, people who've done a lot of painting and then kind of, take a little bit of time off and then come roaring back and maybe doing a little bit more independent stuff. And so that's certainly those of you who've really excelled doing a lot of the paintings along with me in class. Things that I'll encourage people to do more of is more independent things. So, because I think, obviously, we're wanting to learn how to paint so that ultimately we can express ourselves with our own artwork. So these, Kathy, you're just rocking and rolling here. These are great. I love these highlight. I love this painting. The original painting by Cossington Smith is just absolutely gorgeous. And when I was in Australia just a few weeks ago now, there was a bunch of her stuff in the major art the two major art museums in Sydney, and certainly one of the most celebrated artists in Australian history. And it was great to see. I didn't see this painting in person, but I did see a number of other ones, and I think I'm going to do another episode dedicated to her work again. This here with Deborah, that's wild. So let me see. I don't know if there was if this is just the color just seems to be more amped up here, or there's a difference. But I call her my smudge doll. That's funny. One thing. So I think what I'm just noticing is just looking at the eyes and how in their alignment, it does look like on yours, Deborah, either the mouth should, or no, go this way. Should go up that way, or the other. So for instance, this corner of this mouth should either come up, or this eye should kind of come down, so that if we were to draw a line right through these eyes, they should be parallel to a line that we draw through the corners of the mouth, right? So it's just because what it does is it makes the far side of the face appear to be, because those lines are diverging away from one another, it makes the far side of the face appear to be larger than the near side of the face, right? Because these lines are kind of converging to a point kind of behind her head here. It's not a big deal. And again, just with everything I'm doing, like the fact that anybody is doing any of these paintings blows my mind completely and makes me super excited that other people are engaging with these paintings and with these great artists. I'm just, I'm assuming people, one of the reasons they're participating in this is they want to get a little better, want to get a little bit of feedback. And sometimes I think, and this goes for myself, like I'm working on a book and I have an editor, and that editor is invaluable. It's great to have somebody to kind of fresh eyes and point out something that you're just like, there's something not working about this. What? I can't for the life of me figure out what's wrong. And then somebody points out and you're like, oh, obviously that's the so that's all that I'm always hoping to do here. So please forgive me if anything ever sounds out of line, or I don't mean to denigrate the achievements that you guys have done here, and especially Deborah. You've obviously done amazing things over the years with me too. So, and here's Paula's. We got a couple of these. Again, I'm not sure if. Oh, she put on, so this is, I think, the second version. She put on some new makeup today. I love that. Because, yeah, it does look a little bit touched up here. I think it's interesting, the original painting by Cossington Smith has those really, like, little patches of color. And it's hard to just leave a color like that. And I think, she's an artist kind of like Henri Matisse in his famous green, the green stripe right down the middle of, we did that painting, I don't know, a year or two ago, and just leaving a bright color on the face like that is hard to do. Like, one feels if we're going to use that color, that we're going to integrate it somehow. And so Cossington Smith, I think Kathy's here, kind of really shows the kind of those bright patches right on the face, and it's pretty dramatic. It's pretty bold here, and I feel like Paula, what you've done is you've put those in there, and then kind of was like, oh, that's a little bit too much, and then tried to kind of smooth it and work it in, which is a totally natural instinct. But I think one of the things with Cossington Smith is she let those big, bold, bright colors just stay there, unmanipulated, unblended in. And I think you could try putting a little bit of that color back in there and not worrying about kind of blending it back in. And I think we have the same sort of thing that I was just saying with Deborah with the mouth, right? So we have these eyes, and this mouth is slightly pointed, the corner of this mouth is maybe pointed further down than it needs to. I think it should either be totally parallel to these eyes or potentially converging on the other side, so that those two eyes on the far side of the face, you know, converge towards one another. Kathy says, I think it was weird to see all those colors on her cheek on mine. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, that's one of the things that makes Cossington Smith so such a master, is how bold she was, because those are things that are just very hard for any of us to do, is to just, you know, it's like it's a real statement, you know, it's it takes a lot of courage to be able just to put a bright color like that and to say, okay, I'm going to leave it like that. And this is interesting here. So Richard as well. So, and this might, you know, honestly, maybe it's worth looking back at the original, but I see the same sort of thing here with these lips also kind of pointing a little bit further down. It's not a very difficult thing to fix either. It's just a matter of maybe bringing that corner, because you could obviously repaint these eyes and move her eyes down, or just raise that lip up a little bit, or the corner of that lip. All right, so just because I think, you know, we've got the shape of her, the line of her lip, and then it just sort of dips down, which makes her face sort of look like it's like she's got had a stroke or something. I don't mean that in a bad way, but just sort of, I mean, other than that, like the rest of the face looks fantastic. And again, those bold colors, I think could have gone even slightly more bold. And it is really tricky, because I remember working on this painting with my niece, and she had kind of ran out of steam, and I was trying to really quickly help her bring it to a resolution. And I was trying to put some of that bold color on. It was like, oh, okay, now that's too bold. It's like, so that's what makes some of these artists so great, is they just found the exact right, like the line, they're walking that knife edge between too much and too little, right? And it's just perfect. So, but I mean, these are great. I mean, I think this is interesting too, just comparing this here and Paula, because we still, like, Richard has done a great job also of blending some of this in. Like, this actually reminds me a lot more of, like, the work of Edvard Munch. It's almost like Richard it's like taking the work of Cossington Smith through the eyes of Edvard Munch or something, because this is similar to what he would do with the kind of these almost soft blending. Cossington Smith is like the generation after Edvard Munch, or maybe even two generations after. No, generation after. And so she's even bolder with the colors. But I mean, I love this painting. It's gorgeous. These are all so beautiful. Kathy, this is also that greenish stripe above the collar on the right. Is that in the original? But what? Oh, it's in the original, but what is it? I think that's probably the shadow that she's hinting at of the collar of the shirt, right? I think it's almost sort of like the black of my undershirt under here, right? And I think so it's probably like the white of the collar, and then maybe the inside the shadow. I'm assuming. Right, because you can just see that same sort of green that she's applying. Obviously, she's using her imagination here to create this work. I also don't know if Cossington Smith applied any highlights into the eyes or not, but that's something that I tend to try to do all the time. Like, I think, Deborah, you've got just that little bit of white in there. Let me see if Paula, you got a little bit of that too. And that little highlight is important because it shows some life. The eye is wet, that it's reflecting light, which tells us that this is a living human being, which is why when they do wax figures, they use glass eyes, because glass reflects light similarly to how a wet eyeball reflects light. So when that eye does not have any reflection, it looks a little bit dead. So perhaps just a tiny, so often I'll just use a little dab of white or kind of a gray, or potentially could be like a pinkish color or a greenish color, something, or maybe even a little bit of yellow, a little tiny dot, not necessarily right in the center, but just kind of maybe towards, in fact, where would I do it on this painting? Yeah, it would probably be the top right-hand corner. And I think even here, Kathy, we could add just a little dab of that paint there. These are all great. Wow, fantastic job, you guys. So where should we go to next? Okay, let's look at Steinlen and his famous black cat. Okay, I think we've got 4 of these. So we've got Paula's, Lolly's, Deborah's, and Kathy's. So this was one of those paintings that when I did it, it wasn't until kind of like much later into the process where it occurred to me that there might have been another way of doing this that might have been more effective. And perhaps that way might have been to use some sort of masking fluid. And so this is something, I have these masking fluids that I bought, I don't know, maybe a couple of years ago now, specifically to do a painting like this. And it didn't even occur to me until I was way too, 3 hours into this painting, like, oh, you know what? Because originally this artwork is a lithograph. It's a print done using a printing method, right? And so this black appears over top of a unified yellow background. And so this yellow also appears, all of these kind of lighter lines are just the background that's showing through. And I think what I did is I basically painted the cat all black and then painted with the background color with some additional white, which makes it a little bit different. And of course, it's hard to lighten black, like to paint over black. You have to basically white it out and then paint over top of it. So it's a little bit trickier. So those are things that it was a little bit frustrating for me, but it's also just a good reminder that that often our first attempt at a painting, or really, let's say anything in life, is rarely entirely successful. Because each time we're making a painting, we're learning as we go, and one might learn, like, kind of come to a realization like I did, like, oh, there's probably another way to do this that might have been more efficient or more effective, more beautiful, however one might determine that to be. And so, wow, that's cool. But, wow, that looks really great on Lolly. These are cool. Okay, so maybe let's start back up here with yours, Kathy. I mean, I think you've done a fantastic job here, and I wonder, you must have used a Posca pen for some of this, right? Because some of this detailing is so well done, like that writing, and maybe even the sign or the symbol in behind the cat, because that would be really hard to do with a paintbrush. I think I used a Posca pen for that myself. I don't know what else to offer here. That looks great. Deborah, I love this. I love how you incorporated, once again, your own cat. Well, I don't know if this is your own cat. Yeah, my Bengal cat, Hobbs. That's pretty funny. That's really wonderful. And what a fine job you've done here. Huh. That's really cool. I mean, I love it when people take artworks, and we'll see a lot more of this as we go forward by Deborah as well, but other artists who've done similar kinds of things, and it always just sort of just brings a good smile on my face, and it's also a way of sort of making any of these paintings your own, right? So that you have maybe even more of a sense of ownership over it. But obviously for some people, they've seen artworks like this and like, oh, I would always love to have that, or I'd love to know how to paint that, and that's what we're doing here. But if, as we go, you just want to take a little bit of a detour, then you should, absolutely, and incorporate your own things. That's fantastic. I mean, I think there is a little bit of this paint from the Imprimatura, perhaps, in the background, so it looks a little bit streaky, but somehow it kind of almost even works here. It kind of mirrors the stripes on the cat itself, so that is something that's kind of maybe a little fortuitous. I love when things like that happen, when something occurs in the painting process that turns out to be exactly what was required. So this is yours, Lolly. This is cool. Again, some of this detail must be with a Posca pen, because that would just be virtually impossible to do with a paintbrush to get those lines so uniform in the text. Really nice job with the black and the outlines here. I almost wonder if that was also, that must have been done with a Posca pen too, to get the sharpness there. Really great. I mean, I think use the tools that you have. However a painting gets done, and if it's to your satisfaction, then it's done the right way, for sure. I don't know what else I can add there. I mean, it's hard to tell if this is the photograph, but it does look like it's slightly off center, but I bet you there's a little bit more of the painting on this bottom left-hand corner that we're just not seeing in the image. And then Paula's, wow, that is wild, Paula. I mean, that cat is really like a feral, wild cat. Like, the eyes in yours have been enlarged to fill a large portion of the face. Its face is a little bit obscured. And that's, because of the way that, remember when I painted this, I was trying to paint around all these, paint the black lines around the yellow, and then I just gave up, and I'm like, you know what, let's just paint this whole thing black, and then I'm just going to paint my lighter yellow lines over top. And so it made my own painting a bit of a mess, and I had to kind of dig it back out. So that might have been something you ran into here. But it also just makes it look a little more menacing, which is kind of cool. Again, it just makes it more your own. I even like there's a little bit of this incorporation of the pinks in here, and it does make me feel like, maybe that turned out pretty cool. Maybe we could have seen a bit more pink appearing elsewhere in that cat. Great job. Okay, let's push on here. Paula was the only one who did this artwork by Childe Hassam. Let's just crop this down here. Which didn't surprise me. This is the painting we did for July 4th last year. Man, are these paintings all the way from back then? Oh, goodness. We're a little behind, aren't we? This is great. I really actually like the way that you've painted the stripes on the flag here. That is gorgeous. That's really cool. I mean, it looks like your Imprimatur is actually quite a bright, saturated maybe it's even your cool lemon yellow, which is totally fine. You use whatever imprimatur color you want, whether it's, because this is it's almost verging on a fluorescent yellow, which is totally acceptable. The only thing is that in this particular painting, it's really competing with the rest of the colors here. Like, I feel like either we need to paint more, put more paint and kind of obscure a bit of that yellow, like just to kind of push it back a little bit. Because unless you know what this artwork, the original version of this artwork is, I think it might become less clear as to what we're looking at here. Like, this is originally kind of like a very rainy, wet road with these big American flags and these tall buildings lining the side of the road and these figures walking with umbrellas. And I think right now I'm having a harder time discerning those compositional elements. Like, I think perhaps if one wanted to do something different with an imprimatura, I might have chosen something like pink, being kind of halfway between white and red. Like a cool pink could have worked, because that would more complement the two colors in the American, well, those two colors in the American flag. I mean, potentially a cool blue could have worked as well. That would have given it a bit more of a colder kind of, maybe even a rainy quality that one could work off of. But either that or I think adding more color into the sky, just pushing that fluorescent yellow back. I think it's fine to have that color there. It's just it's dominating the composition in a way that I'm not entirely sure is flattering the concept of the painting primarily. Yeah, I have to think about that. But I love the fact that you did that. Again, I think you're the only one who tackled that picture, so that's very cool. And speaking of the only person to do this next one, this Alex Colville. This one was kind of tricky for sure. And I mean, the fact, Paula, that you tried to draw this composition out, this is a pretty tricky one to do because of the perspective that we see. So one of the things we have here is these rails, the way that they're drawn and then painted gives the impression that the train tracks are on an angle, right? That we're, how do we describe that? Like, do you see how, like, it's almost like the train appears like it's gonna slide off, right? So if you look at the original, you'll see that these, almost all of the what do you call these wooden slats, or those the rail ties, are parallel to the bottom of the page. So that's, I mean, in many ways, this is a fairly advanced perspective that Alexander Colville was using for this painting. It's not a huge deal. In fact, it does make your painting appear even more dynamic than the original, because it's like, wow, what's going to happen first? Is the train going to hit the horse or fall off the train tracks, and the horse will just run right down the tracks past the train derailment? Because something is about to happen here, and it doesn't look like either option is going to be very good. Something pretty wild is on the verge of happening here. Yeah, but this is great. I mean, also, I like your innovation of using these circular marks here in the grass and the gravel, or this is gravel, I think, if I recall the original. I think that's nice too, because it gives a distinct textural difference between the grass and the gravel, right? And I think that's always something I'm thinking about, is how can we make distinctions between different textures, different elements, like because if we just paint everything in the same way, then everything sort of might look the same. So kind of breaking it up with different textures and different mark making approaches, I think, is really nice. Okay, let's keep on plowing ahead here, and let's look at, oops, we're going to look at the artwork of Margaret Keane here, and oh, I didn't divide them up. So let's see, is there anybody else who did that one? Okay, so there's Kathy's version, Pascaline's version, Paula's version. Paula did 2 versions of it. So we'll start with this one. This is one of the paintings that Margaret Keane did. One of, not the later, well, post-divorce, post-scandal. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you should go watch the movie Big Eyes. Pretty good movie. One of the better movies about an artist that I've seen. And it's, I almost don't want to tell you anything about it. So this is post, yeah, just, it's, yeah, it would, it essentially occurs after the end of the movie, if you watch that movie. And I really like this painting. It is a little bit different than the works that she's most famous for, which we'll look at here in a moment. Because we did 2 paintings by this great artist. So there's Kathy's. I love this Kathy. Great work. Looks like there's a little bit of blue or something around in her collarbone. Actually really like the way you did the fingers. What does that remind me of? This whole painting kind of reminds me a little bit of an artist, a living artist, George Condo, and not necessarily the way that you've painted it, Kathy, but just the overall method that let's see, I'm just gonna hide this. It just reminds me of kind of, well, I think George Condo was aping a little bit of Margaret Keane's work. That's what I should say. Kind of taking some of her techniques and approaches and almost a little bit of the cartoony aspect of her work. But this turned out great. I actually really like this. I do think there is a little bit of that gray that maybe you were glazing on there. That's a little bit, I think it just needs to be softened up a little bit. Let's go back to Pascaline. This is great. Really well done, Pascaline. I love all these colors that you've got going in the face. Really nice. And then your own fingers are pretty well done here. I think maybe this ring finger should be a little bit wider, just so that it's not, because her middle finger appears to be, you know, ideally the fingers that are closest to us should be bigger, and so the ring finger is a little bit thin. Small thing. This reminds me a lot of Botticelli. Now that I look at this, we're going to be doing a few Botticelli episodes upcoming soon. Very cool. Yeah, I like all the like the greens and the blues and the pinks, purples and oranges you've got going on the face. Really nice job. Really nice. I can't remember if Margaret Keane herself had some of those elements in her paintings, but it sure looks great in yours. And then Paula, your 2 versions of this painting. These are great. It's so funny how, like, they're so different. That's so wild how you'd made the same painting twice, and they're almost like completely distinct artworks. Huh. I think, you know, just like what I was saying previously about Pascaline's work and all the colors that she's got going on in the face, I think we could have a little bit more of that going on in this version, Paula. I think this, you've done a pretty good job of getting some of that in here. So I think this face is pretty effective. I think maybe with yours, Paula, it's something to do with her chin and her neck. Maybe her just neck is a little bit elongated, and maybe that's what was driving you crazy. I think there might be, we could either just add a little bit more hair covering part of her cheek or her neck here, and or take this green line and maybe a slightly softer version and bring that up into the face. Maybe just taking a purple or something and just painting the outer edge of that chin, I think would help. Because you've really defined these fingers. They're really, like, maybe even using this dark purple black and bringing that up onto the top part of this painting and maybe outlining her bangs or something, because that hand really draws my attention down to that part of her body, right? Like, and so it's, which is fine. I mean, some of the best parts of paintings like by Leonardo da Vinci are the hands, but you probably want the face to be the first thing that attracts people's attention, and then their attention drifts down towards the hands. So just a little tiny detail here. Let's look at the other painting by Margaret Keane that you guys did. So here's Paula's version here, The Stray. Pascaline's. Wow. Pascal's. Lolly's. And Lolly did a few different ones here. Lolly started this one. And this one. And that one. So a whole bunch here, Lolly. That's great. So maybe, well, where should we start here? Let's start with Lolly's. I think that turned out great, Lolly. This is really nice. I really like how you did this one. Especially, I love how the hair is done. Really nice. I mean, obviously we're looking at a screenshot, and so there's some of this banding happening here, moire pattern. But, you know, if we kind of ignore that and we just look at the painting itself, it's, I think, a really great achievement. Yeah, this is really nice. I really like what's happening here, especially with the face. What do I say about the clothing? Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. I mean, I think maybe what could benefit even on these arms is just a little bit of a shadow on the underside there. I can't remember. I must have added something. I can't see myself not being compelled to just add a little shadow on here. But again, usually when we look at either it's photographs or paintings or sculpture or video, film, TV, if there's a person or even an animal on screen or in the image, our eyes will go right to those eyes. We always tend to look at eyes immediately, and then we look at where the eyes are looking, right? So, like, so for instance, if that screen was on the opposite, if we switched them and moved it from this side, and I moved it here, and yet I was always talking this way, away from, you know, it would just be really distracting, because you would look at me, and then you would try to look at this empty off camera rather than, so that's why, you know, right now I appear to be looking right at this image. So anyway, long story short, great job, Lolly. How about let's take a look at the other ones before we go on here. Let's look at Pascal's. Wow, that is intense, Pascal. I really feel the emotion in this painting. Like, it's interesting with Lolly's, she looks sad, and it does look like there might be a tiny tear here, but she looks almost like more of a protector of that cat. Whereas Pascal, like, oh my goodness, this is like, whoa, it touches me, the intensity of those emotions. Those eyes and the tears, she really seems to be grabbing that cat and holding her tightly. Really nice job. I mean, I think Pascal, some of the artists that, I mean, I wouldn't have thought this would be the most appropriate style for your own work. We'll see when we look at Modigliani. You obviously did a lot of Modigliani's, and you like his work, but it seems like Modigliani in particular seems very appropriate for your own particular style. But I think you've managed to apply your own style towards Margaret Keane's work, and it really works really well. I don't know if we've talked about this, or maybe you probably have already, but an artist I think you would really benefit from would be El Greco. El Greco would probably be an artist, Pascal, that you would really like. You probably have already done a painting. We probably already talked about this before, but just the aggressiveness of El Greco's brushstrokes, and he was painting like 500 years ago, like 300 years before anybody else was, which makes it not surprising that his work sort of fell out of favor for 200 years before it was sort of kind of, I guess, rediscovered in the 1800s. But yeah, these are beautiful. Well done, Pascal. Pascaline, that's great. So it's interesting here. I mean, it looks like you've removed the tears, which I think when I was painting this, I said to myself, like, maybe I don't know if I want it to be so sad. And I think I contemplated not putting the tear in. Oh, yeah, say it. She's not crying. She's allowed to keep the kitten. And so I think that's fine. Like, because, if you're going to have this painting around in your house, you probably want it to be maybe something that makes you feel positive rather than makes you feel sad. So I think this is a great little innovation here. One thing I would say is and this might be just entirely personal, but I feel like I want more volume in her hair right here on the top, if we're looking at the painting, on the top right hand side of her head, on this side here, right? Because it just looks really flat. I mean, maybe that's a very avant-garde haircut, if that's, it's almost a little bit like my own haircut, I guess. Or, lots of hair on the top and on one side and very short on the other side. But it does make it almost, it makes it seem like her head is just underneath. Like, if we follow that shape, that means, like, basically the top of her head it would obviously have to be under here. So we are talking like it's almost like her head has been shaved all the way up to here, and this is just long hair hanging over top of her shaved head. So I think we need a little more volume on here. It's a total minor thing, and best problem to have, if you see it as a problem at all. I like how we've got a little bit of more shadow down here, and like I was saying earlier, I love how you've got a little bit more volume by shading the underside of her arms. I think works really well, especially down here, like the light or the shadow of the cat, almost the reflected light on her hands. Really nice, and great reflections in her eyes. This is really outstanding, Pascaline. And Paula's, this looks even, what is more sad? Pascal's or Paula's? I don't know. That is tricky. They both have their own kind of sadness. I love in this one here, Paula. So here, like, we were talking about this previous one that you did. See how, kind of undefined her chin is here. And I would say probably a lot of artists do that. But I think it needs a little bit more definition. And look how you've brought that same dark line that you have elsewhere in here. And in fact, it's maybe even, bolder than it is elsewhere. And that really draws our attention to her face, right? Her eyes are really dark here, where, her face just sort of fades away compared to the rest of her body. That's great. I like this, Paula. I think she's sad, but not nearly as sad as Pascal's. Pascal, this really feels like this is, you know, the idea of the stray, like this poor child might be herself a stray, like a sea, you know, one of those street urchins, kind of right out of a Dickens novel or something. These are all great, and maybe we'll just come back to Lolly's and these sketches that Lolly created for alternative pieces. That's great, Lolly. Really like the way you drew. I mean, like it has a bit of like a anime or manga kind of quality, Japanese animation, especially those eyes, which are really big, but just like anime and manga and Margaret Keane's work too. That is wild. What would I say here? There's something about the puffy jacket, or puffy shirt, like in Seinfeld, right? That the way that those lines overlap, it sort of makes it look like her elbows are kind of pointing out towards us, as opposed to probably pointing behind her. And I think what it is maybe is it that line? You know what it is? It's her cufflinks. Actually, that's what it is. Her cuffs. So right now her like, so notice if my hands are back like this, that you can kind of see into my cuffs. Look how they make these. Look at the shape they make here. And then look at yours. Notice how they're the opposite of what they should be. So whereas when I go like this, it's now they're pointing inwards. That curve is pointing towards my belly on both sides. And the only way for me to do that is if I bend my arms all the way out. Versus if my arms are at a natural pose, these curves are pointing outward, right? Just again, it's a super small thing. And hey, I make mistakes like this all the time. In fact, there's a painting we did of the space station, of the space shuttle a few years ago. And there was something about it that I was just like a painting. And then it wasn't until maybe a few hours afterwards, after the episode ended, and I was sitting upstairs looking at it, and I saw the same thing. I had contrasting arches, I guess, that just made for like almost an M.C. Escher impossible space. And it was like, oh, how did I spend 3 or 4 hours on this painting? And I missed it, right? Sometimes we're just so close to our own paintings that we can't see that. But I mean, again, small, issue here. It would be a little bit hard to fix. That's true. If I was going to try to fix that, how would I do that? Well, probably what I would do is apply white paint over here, which would mean probably also having to repaint the entirety of her green dress with another coat of green. So I just paint those over, and I would just invert these curves. But I love the dog. I love her face. Really cool. Like she has like a real kind of Slavic, kind of Ukrainian kind of features there, which, being of Ukrainian descent, is kind of neat to see. Yeah, very cool. I love that one, Lolly. And then so this looks like a sketch. Okay, so look how in your sketch you got it right. You got it right back here. It just was in the translation from there, I think, to there, that a little mistake crept in, and maybe, which happens to the best of us. But you can see how those curves, that makes her arms rest more naturally back. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. Great job, Lolly. Oh, thank you, Sangif. Those nice comments about all the other students' work and myself. That's very appreciated. Thank you. Okay, wow, we got a lot of Modigliani here, so let's dive in. Let's finish off some tea. Okay. So let's look at the work of Amedeo Modigliani, and we've got a bunch of works here by many different people. So how about let's go to the end here. Let's start with Richard's. And we'll look at, I think this is the first one we did, right? Paula's. Did anybody else do this one? Matthew. Oh, wow. Cool. Nice job, Matthew. And Heidi. And Kathy. Wow. These are so great. Well, let's start here with Richard. That is beautiful, Richard. Love how this one turned out. I think you nailed it 100%. Really, really cool. I don't know what to add to this. This is so well, it's like verging on a forgery or something. So maybe you've got a side business making fraudulent copies of Modigliani paintings there, because that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think you'd have a hard time. You'd probably convince a few experts here. It seems like this is the kind of thing. I don't know if you've seen that show. Is it Fake or Fortune? British show where it's kind of like a little bit like Antiques Roadshow, but each episode would focus on one or two paintings, and they try to authenticate them or prove that they are forgeries. That's great. Great job. Paula, wow, that's wild. It's interesting how she seems a little bit more happy in this painting. The one thing is, she looks like she's missing part of the chair. I feel like we need a little bit of the chair, which, you know, in the original, her body kind of blocks out the chair. But I think Paula, we're missing that chair. You know, I think the seat of the chair needs to be, maybe it doesn't, or maybe it, yeah, something, she feels like, or she's, it's possible. I mean, I guess she could just be about to fall off the chair. But I do like that you've made her a more it's more positive, this particular image. She's in better. One thing is, I think we either want a bit more of her shoulder coming up here, or part of her bicep or tricep, I guess, underneath, showing through the frame of the chair back there. Otherwise, looks pretty good. Pretty good. I also like the way you've applied the paint in the background. It's pretty bold. It looks like it's a paintbrush, but it could also be, you know, using like a palette knife or something to get that kind of staccato. Like, who else makes it's like The only person I can think of who made marks like that would be some of the Canadian painters, the automatistes, like Jean-Paul Riopel, who did things like that. We did a Riopel, I hope, or did we do? We must have done a Riopel painting. I hope. Oh my goodness. I hope we've done a Riopel painting. I'm pretty sure. So that's one of the things here. We're on episode. So we've done 320 painting episodes. So we've done a few of them. So you forgive me if I can't remember. I've also, I should say, been working on organizing the next huge batch of artworks that I want to do, and I'm looking at about another 250 painting episodes I want to do, and then which is going to take me about another 3 years to complete all of those. But I think maybe by that time I might be ready to move on and do something different. So don't worry, I'll be here probably every Tuesday for the next 3 years. But then after that, we'll have to see. But who knows where the world will be in 3 years? Maybe maybe there won't be a world. We'll see. Knock on wood, right? Matthew, that's great. It's interesting the way that you really kind of accentuated the curve in her neck up here. That's pretty wild. I like the kind of the boldness of these brush strokes. Again, you know, reminds me a lot of Modigliani. Reminds me a lot of how Paula painted hers as well. You know, obviously, well, I mean, like the hand is barely articulated there. It's very abstract. It's almost, you know, undefined. But I kind of like that. I was going to say maybe we want her lips to be a little bit more defined. I don't mind that. The one thing I would say is with her face, the bottom of her face round like this, it makes her a little bit more squared. It makes her look a little bit more masculine. So I think, you know, a woman, particularly of this age, we would want maybe a little bit more of a pointier jaw, not like a triangle, but just cutting in here a little bit more, because the rest of her body is relatively thin, so ideally her face would mirror the rest of her torso. So just something to, I mean, that's probably something most people would get that, would overlook that. But just if you're wondering, like, why does he look kind of, why does she look a little more masculine? What am I doing here? I think it's this line right there. And I don't mind that hand being like that at all. In fact, it makes me feel like, well, maybe we should be doing more, kind of pushing that a little bit more elsewhere in this painting. Heidi's, wow, that is beautiful, Heidi. Wow, that's great. You know, I mean, it's so interesting how, you know, we've got Richards here. Wow, I don't know which, I mean, both of them are really, really nicely done. Like it's funny, this one feels like it's almost as if Renoir painted a Modigliani painting. Like the way that you've painted the background is almost too soft for Modigliani. Like he was too impatient to do something like this. This is definitely, you know, it's got like an impressionist quality. And Modigliani is kind of the next generation after the Impressionists. You know, he's an early avant-garde painter. And, I mean, I love how this painting looks. It's just kind of fascinating. I mean, what I think about all these is how each one of you, your styles start to kind of break through, bubble through the surface, and then we get these really wild results where that just kind of make me even look at the original paintings a little bit more differently. That's wild. That's really cool. Wow. I think Kathy, wow, that's also, I mean, all of these are so different. I mean, even the way that you've painted this, Kathy, these little, I almost feel like they're, these brushstrokes have like a little bit of a curve or a fan-like quality to them. I can't, who made paintings, who used that brushstroke? That's gonna drive me crazy. I mean, you know what, like, there's a kind of a Matisse-like quality in this as well. And Modigliani, I mean, obviously. But, that's wild. Really nice. So the little subtle bits of black appearing in there, that really fine black outline. Oh my goodness. What an achievement. All of these are really great. Like, it makes me really happy when I see paintings like this from you guys, because it makes me think, okay, well, this is a good painting for us to use, to learn from. If we can get really good results like this, and yet all the results allow for quite a lot of flexibility, then that makes, for me, it's like, okay, this is a really good painting for me to use, like, in my in-person classes as well. Because it means that it's flexible enough that it can be reinterpreted in so many different ways. Wild. You know what, Matthew, like this, it's almost, I'm trying to think, it reminds me, there's like a cartoonist, comic book artist who draws faces like this. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy all day long. Okay, let's look at another painting by Modigliani. And here's Kathy's version here. Did anybody else do that painting? Pascaline as well. Wow, look how different that one is. And Paula. Wow, again, three totally different interpretations of this work. Huh. Oh, there's Lolly in the chat. Nice to see you, Lolly. That's great, Paula. This one is really nice. That is a really cool interpretation of Modigliani. This is one of my favorite. This is easily the best one of yours tonight we've looked at, I think. And again, the fact that you drew this out without using the carbon paper or anything is like mind-boggling. That's like all of like her features. Wow. That's really good, Paula. Really good. Wow. And the way, yeah, it's the way this is painted, this is really just supercharged. That's great. The kind of the blush, well, I don't know, well, it's a little, I guess a little bit of blush on her cheeks there. Wow. Well, you've done her hands. That's crazy. That's great. And then Pascal, oh, sorry, I said Pascaline, I meant Pascal, sorry. That is great, Pascal. Wow. Huh. Excellent. Really well painted. As I said, I think, like, Modigliani is, like, the perfect artist for you to study. And you know that because you clearly have done, I think we've got about 5 more of different paintings by Modigliani that you've done here as well, Pascal, so... Wow. That's great. I can think the one thing I would say is the way that the shadow in behind her sort of curves around. Well, let's look at how did Kathy do this one? That's great too. Wow, Kathy. I mean, that's fantastic. Perfect. I mean, maybe we could have added a little bit more of this skin color over top of some of that yellow imprimatura, and just kind of mute that a little bit, because it's a little bit bright. It's a little bright and a little bit unnatural, and it's like, well, obviously the whole image is totally unnatural. We don't see too many people without eyes and etc. But it, I like this kind of whitish yellow that you've applied on her skin up here, and I feel like I want a bit more of that elsewhere on her body, because you have some of it on her arm up here, but virtually none on her arms. And, you know, it could work. You know, sometimes people have a lot of makeup on, and then their hands might not have any makeup on, and they might look really different, right? But if one arm is painted the same way as the face, then I think we expect the other arm to. A super minor detail, but just something just to kind of think about. That's why when I'm painting faces, if there are, you know, hands or thighs, feet in there, I try to make sure I'm painting all of that skin of that same person roughly all at the same time. So if I put a layer of one color on that face, and you've probably seen me forget to do this 100 times, I try to remember to, like, oh, okay, let's make sure we get some of that on the hands, so that the whole body, all the skin is evolving roughly with the same color, so that, because if you miss one of those colors, all of a sudden things can start deviating, and it starts looking like the hands or body is not attached to the face. Super minor thing, but just thought I would highlight that here. Where were we? Let's go back to Pascal's. So, I mean, it's interesting when we look at this Pascal, like, my instinct would be to bring that shadow and just have it to go straight back behind her, and then to have this shadow kind of as a separate overlapping shadow. And what you've done is sort of have this shadow kind of go up and then contour her, which is a pretty bold innovation. It's very unnatural. It reminds me a lot of Edvard Munch. Edvard Munch would do stuff like this all the time. He did always a lot of sort of like radiating lines, like almost like an aura is surrounding a person. And so I kind of almost feel that with this work. And so part of me, when I see that, I feel like maybe I want more of it. Maybe I want a little more on this side or something, to echo what's going on here. Like, maybe, because, well, maybe we've got a bit of that, as I see, like, you know, in her pants or her dress or skirt, whatever this is, we have these kind of parallel lines, and then we've got these lines up here. So maybe it works. It's just so wild. It is a little bit, it's different than the way Modigliani did it, but I think I'm always thinking, like, if I see something that's really wild like that, I want to see more of it. I want to push it a little bit more. But maybe it's fine. I don't know. Anybody, feel free to weigh in. I just, you know what I would do? Oh, okay. I was just about to say, I would put a little bit, I would do that down here. And look, I see you've done that. I feel like maybe we just need one more stripe, one more black stripe there. That would, I think, do a really nice job of echoing this, because we've got like black, white, black, white, black, white. So here we've got black, white, black, and then this big white, right? So I think we need maybe another little white stripe and then black, and maybe that's all. I think that would do wonders for this, would echo that on the opposite side of the painting. Small deal here, but okay, let's we created another painting by Modigliani. This reclining figure here. So there's Paula's, there's Pascal's, and I don't think anybody else did this one. So wow, these are wild here. So we got Pascal and Paula's version of this reclining figure. These are amazing. Both of them are so different. So let's start here with yours, Pascal. I think this looks great. Really cool. One of the interesting things about this painting, and I remember while I was painting it, is how dark her hair was compared to the background around, behind her, which when I was painting, I was like, that is a really odd choice, because it kind of makes her hair disappear into the background. Like, he didn't really add any highlights on there, just like you've painted it, Pascal. So you've done a really effective job of mirroring what the great Modigliani did. But it is a really, it's almost, it would be the kind of thing, like if you were to do that in an art class, a teacher would say, what about a little highlight or something, or turning her into a blonde or something, if we're going to have this big black, or bring this curtain, you know, maybe right behind her hair or further in here to kind of frame her. Although it is nice that she sort of exists between these bookends of the curtain, so maybe not, but or just not apply such a dark background here. So all of those things are kind of, but I think this works out really well. And the way the skin tones you've applied here are absolutely fantastic, Pascal. This is one of your best. This is for sure a really nice job you've done here. Really like that. And Paula's, this is fantastic. I love the face that you drew here. The one thing I would say is, I think what we need is her shoulder to kind of come up and obscure part of her chin, because it almost looks like her head is turned unnaturally around, or her head doesn't belong on her body. It's also a thing with the colors you've used. I want to see a bit more of the color that you've got on her face elsewhere on her body, because I think both of them are really well done, but they're not matching up maybe as well as they should. So like some of this kind of grayish purple blue, that needs to appear as a highlight. Like if you're going to put it on that side of her face, which I think would be more of a shadow, but if you're going to put it there, then we would need some over here, maybe a bit on her behind. I think this actually should be a darker color, perhaps. So rather than a gray, just a black. That might go a long way to solving some problems. And also, instead of just curving around her face, it would come into her neck a bit. And as I said, I don't know what Modigliani did here, but we need to show that her head is behind her shoulder here. Also, this dark line on her butt is distracting. There is something a little bit about that brown and this yellow that makes it look like she's has a little bit of you know, irritable bowel syndrome, and she's lost her. She's yeah, that yellow and brown to me look a, yeah, I think what I would have gone for is a bit more of this blue. I think that would be a little bit more appropriate for, do you know what I mean? Do you know what it looks like? Maybe, yeah, I think we all know what I'm talking about. But I love how the way that you've painted her face, just like Deborah's saying here, Paula, I love how you painted her face, is exceptional. Like, that's, if we just zoom in, like, that is really beautiful, Paula. Like, again, the fact that you're drawing all of these on your own without the use of these templates or outlines is really cool. I also really like that blue. This blue that you've used, that warm blue, really complements the figure really well. It makes me feel like we need more of that. Like, I think, okay, so here we go. I think one way to help this painting is if you just take that warm blue and if you bring it in here and just paint right over this yellow, I think that would rescue this painting. I would even take a little bit of that blue and put it on this side of her face and extend it a bit down onto her neck. That, I think, would be helpful. If that makes sense. Remo says hi. Hi, Remo. Let's see. Let's look at some other paintings. So Pascal did a whole bunch of Modigliani paintings, and I want to just kind of look at these here. Pascal got really into the nude versions of Modigliani's paintings. I don't want to focus on too many of the nudes here while we're, I want to try to keep this as family appropriate as possible. So let's just sort of focus. I mean, I think they're all exceptionally well done, Pascal. And as I keep saying, perfect artists for you to be studying, and you know it because I'm sure when you're working on these, they probably feel pretty good. You're probably like, I think I'm onto something. I feel like I'm learning something. I'm doing something really well. So that looks fantastic. I mean, the way that, like, this face, her eyes, even her nose. I mean, I don't remember this exact painting offhand, so I can't speak to how accurate it is, but really successful. I think what I want to see is more independent work from you, and we're going to look at some more independent work that you've done, some of the commissions you did for some wedding pieces, I think. So I'm just going to focus. That's great too. Wow. I think there's a little bit, I would bring this, well, Modigliani he's kind of a wild man when it comes to proportions and stuff, but maybe that chin, or her jaw, I would bring out towards her ear, just extend that so that this is her cheekbones, like you've got on this side, rather than the edge of her face. I think that, I mean, again, I don't know how Modigliani painted it, but the one thing I would say is if we kind of go back to the one that you did here, Pascal, like, this tells me that when you slow down just a little bit, not a lot, but when you slow down a little bit, like the quality of the painting goes up dramatically. Like, I love the exuberant, dynamic brushstrokes that you're using in many of your paintings. I think, though, that can be a time and a place. Like, we see a bit of those exuberant brushstrokes in the background here. And I think you know, it's like in a painting like this, same sort of thing, really big, exuberant brushstrokes. But I think, you know, if we bring a little bit more of that patience into some of those things, like her hat, I think that would be nice. Like make the backgrounds wild, keep the backgrounds totally wild, but maybe just bring a little bit more patience into the, like, so for instance here, like a little, you've got that patience going on in the face, right? And the backgrounds are kind of wild. So I think, if you want to get wild, go wild in the backgrounds and treat us with a little bit more of that patience in the inside. This is another beautiful one you've done here. These are great. I even like these, the hands. Those are kind of wild. I've never really seen an artist do that. I don't know if Modigliani painted, I don't remember him painting hands quite like that, where like the fingers are kind of a little bit shorter, and then the wrists are really quite wide like that. That's a really kind of cool stylistic innovation here. Really cool. I like that a lot. Really cool, Pascal. Like, that is gorgeous. I mean, I'm not familiar with this one, Pascal, but it just really showed, like, I mean, especially her face, beautiful. You know, your background, very wild, and that's totally appropriate. And then I would even say maybe if you spent just, you know, a little bit more time on the hair, in the same way that you spent a little bit more time on her face, I think it would be even better. It's great, but I think it could be even better. I think that would be successful. And I would also add the same, like when you're writing these words, these letters, I think taking as a longer than you are, just to make them look a little bit more just a little bit more precision, I think would be nice, because they can look a little bit sloppy when because it's hard to write letters with a paintbrush, and if you try to write with the paintbrush the way that you write like with a pencil, then it's impossible to do. So you kind of have to kind of go slow and maybe even turn the canvas a few times. And it does, like when you spend all this time doing these beautiful portraits, right? And then the words seem to happen really quickly. It does take away from because it does look a tad bit sloppy. And I think if we could just slow that part down, man, the world is your oyster here. So let's look at a few more here. These are great, Pascal. Yeah, I like that. And then this is just gorgeous. Wow, her eyes in here. I'm not familiar with these Modigliani paintings, but that's fantastic. Man, that's great. Wow. There are other ones I know that you sent, Pascal, here, but I think we'll leave those for people to look at on the Facebook group, just because I want to keep this as family friendly as possible. If you can respect that, I appreciate that. I mean, I don't mind that you doing those. Yeah, there might be some younger folks watching, so. Let's move on here to looking at the work of the great illustrator Beatrix Potter. Let's start out here with the first painting we did. And here's Charmé. We haven't heard from Charmé in a little while, so it's great to see some work by Charmé appearing here. Okay. Let's look. I'll go through all of these here. Look at all these fellows together. Little Peter Rabbit. Okay, so let's start here. Let's go through these the like ones together. So we got Charmé and Randy. My goodness. Okay, so that's the outline printed out that you've colored in. Okay, I get it. Okay. Paula's, Leslie's, Heidi's inverted one, okay, Kathy's. Wow, all so different. I love that. So let's start here with Charme. So Charme used pencil crayon to do this one. That's cool. Really nice illustration. I don't know if you... It looks like maybe you sketched that whole thing out, Charme. That's great. Randy, we're going to look at a lot of your drawings that you've done, Randy, in a little bit here. So I'm excited that you're at least looking at some of the drawings from the painting classes in here, and perhaps you may want to try doing some of the painting episodes. Paula, that's fantastic. Again, that super bright yellow, cold yellow imprimatur is pretty intense. It is maybe a little bit overwhelming the Peter Rabbit in the foreground. My instinct would be to either use a different imprimatur or mute that a little bit. Because what I would say is we want to have that yellow. I feel like the yellow should mostly be visible in the rabbit himself, so that he's where our attention goes, not to everything but the rabbit, if that makes sense, right? We want people to be looking at the rabbit, not looking at all of this negative space, as you know. So we have the positive shape of the rabbit and the negative space around the rabbit. And same thing like Leslie, same sort of thing, like this bright green like that is maybe a little bit intense. So that's why, you know, you see me sometimes, I apply a warm yellow imprimatur, which is pretty intense, bright color, not quite as bright as this, but then I often will go back over it and apply like a second kind of slightly off-white, semi-transparent color over top of that imprimatur. So I still have that yellow, but now I've muted it quite a lot with a kind of a bit of like a yellowed newspaper kind of quality. And so that background isn't going to compete or overwhelm the foreground elements. Not that you can't do it, but just something to be mindful of. Like sometimes, like I'm trying to think of an instance where that would work really well. I can't think of an example. I guess the first thing that comes to mind would be Botticelli did things where sometimes the figures in the foreground are kind of obscured or in shadow, and the area behind them are brighter, because the way that artists back then were painting was like cinema. So you would look at that painting and you would perceive the lighter areas first, which were often the first part of a story that he'd be illustrating in one painting. So he'd be trying to bring our attention to the background, so we look at those elements, and then our attention drifts to the foreground, which is really like 4D chess complex way of thinking. I mean, that's why one of the reasons why Botticelli, you know, who lived 600 plus years ago, 650 plus years ago, who we still know his work and know him so well, because man, the guy was working on another level, really thinking through like how to direct people's attention through the painting. So you can do it, but it is like yeah, like because so for instance, again, my attention here goes to the background. I look at the hills back here before I look at Peter Rabbit. So if we think of like every painting is a bit of a story. So if you ask yourself, well, what is the story that's being told? Why is the artist trying to bring my attention to the background before we look at the foreground character? And I would say, well, maybe it's because there's something in the background that Peter Rabbit doesn't realize. Like maybe there's, I don't know, a wolf running around here, and the artist wants me to look at that wolf so that when I turn my attention to Peter Rabbit, I'm thinking, Peter, run, run, there's a wolf in the background. Ah, my goodness. But I don't think there's a wolf in the background, so I think we want to, yeah, perhaps mute that a little bit. Or so again, the opposite would be make his jacket really bright and green. Kind of the same kind of green, Leslie, that you've got there. Anyway, I don't want to overdo that. I think the paintings are great on their own. I think what's kind of strange about, so these illustrations that Beatrix Potter did, you know, these are the very first drawings she did of Peter Rabbit, and Peter Rabbit looks very rabbit-like in these illustrations. Certainly more rabbit-like. Peter Rabbit looks more rabbit-like, especially in that's a lot of... Peter Rabbit looks very rabbit-like, especially in Beatrix Potter's original illustrations for Peter Rabbit. Much more rabbit-like than Mickey Mouse's original, or any of Mickey Mouse's illustrations were by Walt Disney. Like, I've never seen a mouse that looks like Mickey Mouse, but this rabbit certainly looks like what I would imagine a rabbit would look like if it was dressed up in a blue jacket and running around on its hind legs like this. You know, the face looks very uncartoony, which is not surprising considering the time period in which she was working, right? She's one of the first... She really is like the first superstar illustrator of the most. She is the most successful illustrator of all time. But you know, this was in an era. This is long before surrealism, where you know, if you did a cartoony rabbit, people might even have been like, I don't even know what I'm looking at, right? Because people just didn't have the you know, years of that abstraction, and their minds hadn't been trained to it yet. So same sort of thing. What I would do here is, Paula, is you got this black outline on his jacket here. I would bring a little bit more of that around, especially on the face. We want to make a distinction between the face and the mountains in behind, and a little bit more definition here I think would help. It's either that or making the background a bit more gray, but you've already got a little bit gray on here, so... I mean, if you painted painted like a wash over top of all of the background, that would really help the figure pop out a little bit more, and maybe you don't need to do any outlining. Lots of different ways to solve that problem. Randy used the colored pencils. Great job, Randy. We're going to look at more of your drawings here in a little bit. And then Charme, same thing. Great drawing. Love these. Let's look at the other artworks, the other ones that by Beatrix Potter. So you have the second painting we did. So there's Charme's. There's Paula's. Ooh, that's great, Paula. Wow. And there's Heidi's. Excellent. And there's Kathy's. Look at how these turned out. Wow. These are great. So let's start here with Charme in your drawing. Great job. Great. Nice drawing, Charme. Really like the combinations of these greens and blues in here. Gives a really nice complex, it's almost like glazing that we see in the other artworks, in the paintings we've done. Oops. Nope. I want to go to this one. That's really nice, Paula. So you can see, okay, so this is a great example where you can see the difference between using a black outline versus kind of a dark purpley, bluish, blue-green kind of, I don't know what that is. It looks like even a little bit of white in there. So we've got, I mean, everything's been outlined, but you've reserved the darkest outline for the figure, the central figure, and generally we want to capture the viewer's attention with them first. And they're in the foreground, so they pop forward. That black outline helps separate Peter Rabbit from these vegetables in behind, right? And really draws our attention directly to him. So that subtle difference between this black, really dark, I think it's a black, this black outline versus these darker bluish, purpley outlines is really effective, right? So burn that into your brain for like using that going forward. Very, very effective right there. Great job. Leslie, love this. Excellent. I wonder, is that a Posca pen or a Sharpie that you're using? It looks maybe like it's a Sharpie, which is fine. Or maybe it is a Posca. No, is that a highlighter? I can't tell how this is made. Oh, maybe it is a brush. I don't know though. It's more like a pen. You know what it looks like? It looks like a paintbrush pen. Like a oh my goodness, I got tons of them here. But anyway, maybe this is like watercolor or gouache along with markers, I think. But I think it's actually done pretty effectively done. It is much more obscure, like they're less defined, so it's not as clear as to what we're looking at. So I like how you've used these green lines to define the foliage in behind. I would resist the urge to use this black, though, on those lines, for the very same thing that we were just talking about with Paula, because we want to reserve those lines either for things right in the foreground or the central figure himself. So I think you've done you've used this for Peter Rabbit, but I don't think we need it, or we should even use it for these background areas, because it's competing a little bit too much. But yeah, overall, great job. Really, really good. Let's look at Heidi's. Wow, Heidi. That is amazing. That is beautiful. And let's just see these, Heidi and Kathy. Both of you did excellent jobs using probably glazing techniques, I think, on both of them. Or maybe Heidi, this might be just dry brush. Oh no, there's a little, looks like some kind of medium, or maybe you've added water to the paint to thin it down. It's hard to tell. But both of these are fantastic. The painting of the fur on this one, Heidi, is masterful. That's great. Really, really nice job of the fur on Peter Rabbit. All those tiny little brush strokes in here really give that, like, you can feel the softness of that fur. Like, I just want to take my finger and rub Peter's nose there. I just want to, oh, all right, great job. There's nothing I can add to this, except potentially just to say that maybe I would have modified, instead of just putting white here, I would have maybe added a little bit of color, and that white seems a little bit bold. So that white kind of pulls those things forward. Like, I might have just added a bit of like cool yellow into that white just to push it a little bit further back. behind Peter and reserving that white for just him. You've got him on there. Again, talk about quibbling over minor details. And that's similar but different, Kathy. Excellent. You know, this, I like how you've got like the fading of the almost like a vignette kind of quality, right? Very similar to the way Beatrix Potter herself did this illustration, right? You can just imagine that this is an illustration on a page around which some text is accompanying this image, right? So it really kind of gives us just this little glimpse into this other world. That's beautiful. Excellent job with the fur. I think we could even go, you know, sort of like what Heidi's done here, is even pushing those values a little bit more, getting one more layer of darker brown in just a few more places. I mean, minor, totally minor difference here, but I do think too that little bit of that it's not, it's, I would put a little bit of cool yellow a bit into some of these whites, just to kind of, so they're not competing, pushing. I mean, it's, yeah, maybe not. It's like, you know, these are so great. Okay, how am I doing with time here? Okay, maybe we should move on and save the rest for another episode and talk about the artworks that you guys have done separately. Okay, so let me close that. So I just want to kind of do a quick little reminder to, if you're watching for the first time, which many people are, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. That really helps me out. 70% of you, meaning like 7 out of 10 people probably watching right now, are not subscribed to the channel, and that would be really helpful. You know, there's like 150,000 people have watched videos on this channel over the past week and a half, and you know, if just a small number of those people were subscribing, that would be immensely helpful. So you can do that, and if you find anything particularly useful and you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link down below. You can use this YouTube super chat. YouTube takes a little bit too much of a cut from your donations there, so unless that's your only way, I'm not going to discourage you making a donation, but superior methods, probably the best would be send an e-transfer via email. My email's on my website and on the Facebook group. Those links are down below for that, as well as if you want to send a letter, check, money order, all that kind of stuff through the regular post system. And like Paul says, everyone press the like button, please. Thank you. Cool. And yeah, one of the reasons I don't post my email right on here is because then I just get flooded with spam from Russian trolls. So I make you go to that extra little step. I know it's a little bit of a pain, but it's saves me from having to get a new email address constantly, from being overwhelmed with. This, by the way, this is our Facebook group here, and so I encourage, if you haven't already, if you're wondering how do you get images, how do you participate in these episodes, just join the Facebook group and upload your work to here, and you can see that there's all these comments from this wonderful community of people we have here. And if you want to participate in it, it's totally free. Just people like yourself who are at different places in their creative journey. And so join us on that Facebook group there. So let's move on. And I want to just talk about something here that's come up a few times on the Facebook group. And I promised to talk about it a little bit. So we have a couple of pieces here. There's by Gemini and Holly, who did work inspired by the great artist Norval Morisseau. Norval Morisseau was one of Canada's greatest Indigenous artists, and very famous, very super popular, and whose work has been reproduced all throughout Canada. But there's also been some really tragic things that have happened after his passing, where even actually during his life, where his works were being copied and reproduced and sold without his authorization. Norval Morisseau, I don't know if he died penniless, but he basically, there were people who were making tons of money off illegal reproductions of his work, and he didn't see any of that money. And he died, unfortunately, kind of tragically and sadly, before he really should have. And ever since he's died, the market of fake Morisseau paintings has just skyrocketed. And that is a tragedy here in, well, not just in Canada, in Australia, where I was just at, where the work of Indigenous people has been stolen and reproduced illegally and sold without any permission by those original artists. And so here in Canada, a big issue that people talk about is cultural appropriation. And cultural appropriation means taking something from another culture without giving any acknowledgement, without any attempt to understand and appreciate the cultural traditions, the styles, methods, or the artists themselves, and just taking that work out of context and then selling it for profit, and usually in a way that can also really negatively impact the market for that original artist's work. So there's this flood of work, of fakes of Norval Morisseau's work that exist, and this is a common issue throughout North America, and as I said, in Australia, this is a big issue as well with Indigenous works down there. And so it's come up a few times, like, I really like Norval Morisseau's work, or Robert Davidson's work, or Potoguk's work. In fact, so people ask me, when are we going to study the work of some of these great Indigenous artists? When are we going to do paintings based on their work? And when I was beginning this whole master study series, I did look at potentially studying some of their artwork. And so I started to prepare outlines for a lot of artists like Bill Reed, who is obviously Norval Morisseau, Daphne O'Digge, Robert Davidson, as I mentioned earlier. And but considering part of what I teach at university, we talk a lot about cultural appropriation, and so as I was preparing it, I was trying to think like how could we do versions or make artworks inspired by these artists that would not contribute to this proliferation of images by these artists, and in a negative way. And so then I made some images where I took the artist's portraits, and then I put images of their work in behind. And I was thinking maybe that's an effective way of doing this that wouldn't be offensive, that wouldn't be considered cultural appropriation. And I started thinking, okay, well, what I should probably do is I should talk to some of my colleagues at Emily Carr, the university I teach at. There's a number of Indigenous teachers who teach alongside me at that university. And so I was thinking, we should set up a meeting and we should talk. I should see what they feel about it. And then, just my gut was saying if I feel like I need to go to all of these steps in order to do it right, maybe it's not right. Maybe there's something, if I'm feeling so anxious and awkward about doing this and feeling like I need to get people's permission and okay, then there's probably something wrong with it to begin with, right? And so hence why I haven't done any of those artworks at all. I have considered, and probably still at one point here will do just episodes where I talk about the biographies of those artists and just celebrate their work rather than paint versions of their work. But it actually making those paintings, because I just felt like, because that's what I tell my students, if you're about to do something and it feels kind of wrong, probably is wrong. There's probably that voice in your head. It's like, oh, I don't know if you should do that. And there's times where that can be a good voice to ignore, right? When maybe it's a voice telling you you're not any good, you suck, you shouldn't do that, you're just gonna fail. That's a voice that we might want to ignore at times, right? That we want to prove wrong. But if there's that your conscience is telling you that this is kind of a little bit of a crossing a line, then probably it's important to listen to that voice. So that's kind of the way I've felt like it doesn't feel right, and if I feel like I have to go and have conversation with some of my Indigenous fellow instructors about this, and so anyway, that's why we haven't done it. Now one of the most important artists to me growing up is this fellow, David Garneau, who's of Métis descent. So he's an Indigenous person here in Canada. He was one of my teachers when I was an undergrad, and we've still talk, and we're friends to this day, which is great to be, friendly with one of your former teachers. But he did a lecture, and I make my students read this essay, and if I can find a public version of it, I'll post it on the Facebook group, where he talks all about cultural appropriation. He does a really excellent job. It's only 3 pages long, but he talks about how artists should be allowed to do whatever they want, right? So if you want to copy the work of Norval Morisot, go right ahead. But but when you put it out into the world, and especially if you try to sell that work, that's where it no longer becomes acceptable, right? That you feel free to do whatever you want, but there can be some repercussions for this. And all you got to do is look up cultural appropriation. And if you just type that in, like videos of cultural appropriation. First of all, this is, I'm just going to open this. I'm not going to play this clip. But this is an excellent, I make all my students, I'll post a link to this here. In fact, I'll just copy that and post it in the Facebook group. I make all my students watch this video at university like about a month before Halloween, because it specifically talks about Halloween in here, and people wearing clothing that is really offensive, wearing traditional native headdresses, etc. But she does an absolutely wonderful job here of talking about that, and the difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. So the question then gets asked, like, what about me using these artworks by Picasso or Frida Kahlo or other artists? I think one of the comparisons was Tarsila Amaral, the Brazilian artist whose work we did. And part of the reason why I feel like using their work as inspiration for our master study episodes is most of them, or really all of them, are based more in the European tradition of work, and are not like stealing works from like indigenous people. That they're largely tied to the traditions of European painting. And so that's why I haven't done any artworks featuring indigenous people from South America or New Zealand or Hawaii and that kind of stuff, because that all seems to me kind of off limits. Those, especially coming from a person who looks like I do, who looks Caucasian, even though my ancestry is only very small part of me is technically white, yet it still is largely inappropriate, especially for a teacher to, because when I do something, it sort of sets an example for other people, and it's not really an example that I feel comfortable setting. And yeah, so I hope that kind of helps answer that kind of question as to like what I feel is appropriate and inappropriate. I'm always trying to think about like featuring artists who I think have been underappreciated, as well as showcasing works that are very famous, that everyone, or mostly everyone, has seen and maybe not even aware who that work belongs to. Because I really believe in the power of art to make great change in the world. And so the more people become familiar with artists from all over the world, particularly artists that maybe look like you, who come from similar backgrounds. I mean, for instance, I've done a lot of work featuring artists from India, and now my channel, about 30% of the viewers on my entire channel are from India. I've got lots of wonderful comments, people being really excited that I featured Indian artists, that they haven't seen anybody who looks like me talking about artists that they hold to be some of the great artists from India. And to me, that is extremely meaningful. That is very, very touching, that that I can kind of help share great artists from India with the rest of the world, and make people aware of the beautiful art from other cultures. But again, I'm always trying to think of like what is appropriate and what is inappropriate, and what is artwork that is coming from a more European modernist tradition versus artists who are painting in styles that are, and traditions that are, you know, frankly not, that are a little bit out of bounds for white settler kind of folk. So I think I want to move on from there, but I'm always happy to answer questions about this, and certainly if people had, if I ever got an email from anyone, you know, saying that they were unhappy with the way that I've used any image, I would absolutely instantly take that video down. I have no problem doing that. But I've felt that the exact opposite. I've had like I've people, some of the family members of some of the artists that I featured on here have reached out, and you can see some of the comments exist on there. Like I'm trying to think of some examples. They're there on the YouTube channel. Like how would I be able to find this quickly? Let's see if I can just open this up. Oh, was it? I thought it was here. Oh, okay. Well, Ken Danby's, I think it was his grandson or grand nephew or whatever, reached out to say that how honored the family was that we did this particular painting of his. And so that was just like, because growing up, Ken Danby was a huge influence to me. And the fact that his family reached out and said that he's since passed away years ago, would have been honored to have been a part of this, was just like, that's honestly one of the greatest things that has ever happened in my entire life, getting a message like that from someone. So yeah, I want to spread the love of art, and really the tradition of art, at least in the West, has been about copying the work of great artists, studying them. If you go to museums in Europe, you're bound to see artists making copies, painting versions of them next to paintings in the Louvre or the Rijksmuseum, etc. So okay, so let's move on to, how should we do this? Okay. So just how are we doing with time? Okay. So I have 300 paintings to look at here and 137 drawings. So my goal is to get through as many, I wanted to get through all the paintings. That's for sure. And if there's time, we'll get through the drawings. Because last time I did this, I went through all the drawings, and after like 4 hours, I was like, okay, I'm burnt out. And so we didn't get a chance to talk about a lot of painting. So I wanted to focus on looking at all the paintings that you guys have made over the past, some of these go all the way back to well, even earlier. It would have been like last August, I think, last July. So there's been a lot of paintings that you guys have made that we haven't talked about. So that's my priority right now. So we're going to do this alphabetically. We're going to start from A and go to Z. And we'll start out here with Barbara's work here. So I want to take a look at your paintings, Barbara, all together. Oops. I'll go through these a little bit slower here in a moment. I just want to. So I think this is one of the most recent ones here, and obviously there are some ones that aren't on here. So if you're like, what happened to my Andy Warhol Santa Claus? That'll be for the next episode when we'll talk about some of those ones that were done based upon the works that you guys have done in class. Right now, we're just going to focus on the works that you guys have done outside of class or based on works that we did in class, but we've already talked about. So like some of the paintings we did years ago. Okay, so let's go back up here. So I think this is one of the very first paintings we did back in 2020 when we first started up the painting classes. And here's Mary Pratt's Strawberry Shortcake. I love this painting, and I think you've done a great job, Barbara. Really beautiful. The reflections and the shadows, really beautiful. I think there was some pattern in the background. It looks like maybe you did that and then painted over it, which I think is totally fine. Fantastic. I love that you looked at that and were like, yeah, I'm not sure if I like that, and then you're like, I'm going to get rid of it. Fantastic. If you're not happy with it, get rid of it. Okay. Here's your version of Monet's Water Lilies. That's exceptional. Great job. I don't think I have anything to add here. It looks really nice. It really makes it look like these water lilies are sitting on top of the reeds that are under the water. Really nice. This Kandinsky we did. Beautiful. I love seeing all these together, all these little studies, and this painting here that we'll see momentarily. This Frida Kahlo is beautiful. So obviously there's people who've been painting with us for years now who remember doing these paintings in real time a couple years ago, right? That's fantastic. These look really great side by side. And this one here, I can't remember if this is based on anybody's work or if this is your own thing, Barbara, but really beautiful. And then these I found really fascinating. These are just like these cards that you've been making. These like collage and paint. All this mixed media. Really cool. Very inspiring. These are wonderful. I mean, I don't really... I'm not really an expert in this type of work at all, so there's not really much I can add except that I think they look fantastic. Great use of all these different layering of materials. I mean, these are the kinds of cards that you send to people and they keep forever, right? You know, we've all gotten the Hallmark card with the nice note inside. You know, oh, it's really nice, and then you keep it on your shelf for a few weeks, and you're like, okay, I think it's appropriate for this one to be recycled. But there's things like this. If somebody sent me something like that, I'd be like, oh, this is like an artwork. I'm going to keep this on. I'm going to frame it because they're so beautiful. Like, oh my goodness. And then just ending up here, like just showing that the progression, Barbara, is so fantastic. This has a vague Picasso quality, and I can't remember, because I was racing to get all these images organized today, if this is something your own or if this is based on someone else's work. But either way, just the way it's painted is gorgeous. I really like this. Really cool. Okay, let's look at Beth's work now. And I think, yeah. And also, if you're wondering, you're like, oh, I posted a whole bunch of drawings. How come we're not looking at the drawings? Because I've put that into a separate folder so that we can just talk about the paintings, and then we'll talk about drawings probably in about 2.5 hours from now if I'm still standing. So here's Beth's. Wow, that is wild. I like that a lot. I don't know what this, again. Wow. My goodness. Those are awesome. These hand studies. Excellent. I love how there's these little splatters of paint in here. Like, these are really good. That really nice watercolor. It looks like a watercolor, I'm pretty sure. I think these are watercolors as well. Wow. That's wild. I like this little icon down here. What is that's cool. This looks watercolor, I think. Wow. I feel, did we talk about this last episode or not? I don't know, but I love this image of this figure. And then how are we getting this? Is that like some sort of resist or something you've got? How are you applying the paint like that where it's not? I don't know how this is done. That's great. Great job, Beth. Wow, so much excellent stuff going on here, Beth. I gotta say, like, probably my favorite would be these hands. I mean, they're not perfectly anatomically correct, but again, you look at, like, the majority of Picasso's paintings, virtually none of it is anatomically correct, right? And people seem to have no problem spending hundreds of millions of dollars on his paintings. I think what I love is how kind of idiosyncratic, how unique, how you've added these like splatters and drips on there, incorporated them, and it just makes them look like unlike hands that I've ever seen anybody else draw before. And that's what I want to see. Personally, that's what excites me the most, is seeing things I haven't seen before. And this is really great. This figure, this dynamic movements. I don't know if this is all like some sort of like a palette knife or something. That's probably was a palette knife and you're scraping into the wet paint. That must be what it is. Wow. Jeannie says, I need more tea. Okay, let's have some more tea. Definitely. Thank you for reminding me. My throat is kind of drying up when you talk and talk and talk for hours and hours. It tends to dry it out, right? Okay, so let's look at Carolyn's got one here. I think this is the only one I got from Carolyn, but what a painting to tackle if you're going to tackle one painting. And I like how Carolyn's added her own little touches here, a fire hydrant and a cat, this fast car, even these little lights up here, and turned it into your own diner here, using your own name in there. It's really cool. I like that a lot. So you got your name here and then here. I don't, well, I mean, it's totally up to you. This looks like some sort of digital signature you've added on top. I mean, I understand why people do that, but really cool. I love, again, it's sort of like we were talking about, Deborah's done a number of these paintings where she's customized them and made them her own. And I think it's really fun to do that, is to imagine, I mean, obviously this is one of the most famously, quote-unquote, memed artworks of all time. And there's famous versions with Marilyn Monroe and James Dean and Elvis Presley hanging out in here. But seeing that is very fun. Great job. Yeah, I mean, I think there's maybe this car is slightly, you know, it's almost like it's skidding down the road, so that small little things like that could be altered, but I think there's something kind of quite charming about the way it is right now, and I love this cat here. That's why I kind of feel like this little digital signature, maybe that could have been up here out of the way, so that, because it kind of distracts from the scene. Like, because one wonders, what is this cat doing? It appears to be just sitting here watching this car, kind of maybe protecting the fire hydrant from like the local dog that might be driving that car. I don't know. Something kind of fun about that. Let's move on to Kathy's work here. Wow, Kathy's got a lot of work too. So let's see, we got this one. It's like it's going through a Van Gogh, Monet, Pollock. Made some Christmas cards. Great. I like this one a lot. I like these flowers. Oh yes. What was this? One thing that is great, Kathy, is we start really seeing your progression as we go. Your work seems to get better and better and better and better by leaps and bounds with every painting you've done, which is what we want to see, right? We want to see improvement, and the more and more work you make, the better you get, right? You can't help but learn. And when I see paintings like this, it's just like, oh man, that is gorgeous. I really like this outlining in this sort of golden brown. That works really well. I don't know if this is directly based on a Van Gogh or not. I mean, it does lack a little bit of the texture that Van Gogh had, but I certainly don't mind this at all. Really cool. It's funny, like, just the way that it's painted reminds me of how Margaret Keane painted her backgrounds, often with this kind of soft, kind of streaky backgrounds. That's really nice. That's gorgeous too. Wow. Beautiful. And so I think, Kathy's one person who's done almost every painting, maybe every second painting that I've done here on the live streams. And so this, what I just feel is like, now I want to see more and more of these independent works of yours, Kathy. More and more things that you're creating on your own. Like this one, this study of Alan Sapp. I think we might have looked at that one before, right? But I would just really encourage you, Kathy, to really start kind of investigating your own images, because you're at the point now where you can basically paint anything you want. So what do you want to paint? Right? That's the next question. I mean, that's gorgeous. I love this little wallpaper in the background. Oh, guys, some of those I fixed, and that one is Lolly's prize. Okay, so that one belongs to Lolly there. Okay. So, great job, Kathy. Excellent. Super proud of you. Wonderful achievements. Let's move on here. Data. That's a beautiful painting of a Monet. That's Monet's garden. Excellent. Really nice, deep, dark colors in that background to make it those foreground colors really pop. I don't remember this exact Monet painting, if it's directly inspired by a Monet. I feel like there needs to be just a little bit more articulation down in here, a little bit more complex layering of color. Not a big deal. But, and I would just watch this bridge, trying to get, like, I feel like this bottom of this arc should come down here. It should really parallel that top line, and it's kind of squeezed out a little bit there. But man, these reflections, everything here, really great. Well done. Okay, it says I really like the Alan Sapp, but he's indigenous. I'm not very familiar with Alan Sapp's work. But as I said, I think there's nothing wrong with, if you're interested in their work, study, make a painting of it. Just be careful about, certainly I would not try to sell any of that work. And even sharing that work online, like, I think, just want to be careful about how much you promote that work somewhere. This is, okay, so now we're looking at Deborah's work here. Wow, that is cool, Deborah. I think this is one of the most recent ones you've done. And just shows, like, the progression is just crazy. We're going to look through a few more, and then we'll come back around. Wow, these are great. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. This painting table. Wow. Oh, is that a mailbox? Cool. Awesome. Wow. These are great. I love that this is like this family activity of painting together. These, oh wow. That is awesome. What a cool mailbox. It's like the coolest mailbox I've ever seen. Wow. This is cool. So we painted a turtle like this way back in the beginning. And painting I'm not super happy with that I created myself. And I love that Deborah's sort of kind of gone back and made her own version here. I love these little, what do you call these guys? Gnomes? These are so fun. Oh, there was a story about these. I think you made these for these girls. It's like your granddaughter or her friend, I think. Aww. And I think this is the last one by Deborah. Wow. And I think this is, again, one of the most recent ones you've done too, Deborah. That's amazing. Look at that. It's to make a painting where there's, it's 90% white, and be able to have areas that are distinct from one another. That's pretty cool. Very tricky. All of these pine needles in here, like the tree branches, that's wonderful. And I guess that's a tree trunk, right? I guess that's the one thing that sticks out, because it's so dark that it kind of looks like a post. And then it doesn't appear down here. I don't know if that thing is necessary there. And, I mean, and it's got little white sparkles. It kind of looks like outer space or something. Like, I don't know if it is the tree trunk, why don't we see it down here? I don't know. My instinct, I find it's a little distracting, that big, solid black shape there. I don't think it needs to be there, but and if it is the tree trunk, we'd probably see more branches crossing in front of it a little bit more. Lolly's got to go to sleep. I'll watch the rest tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone. Great night. Deborah says, my grandson and Rick are painting our mailbox. That's awesome. That's great. Let's go look at this mailbox again. I don't have any down here, but what I would suggest you do is get, maybe you've already done this, is like an acrylic spray. You can spray over top of that mailbox to really lock in that paint so that if it gets wet, the paint doesn't start to run, doesn't chip as easily, that kind of stuff. I think, what is it? It's like, I think it's called Crystal Clear. You can get it like Home Depot, and I would spray like 3 or 4 coats of that. My daughter and I painted, we got these like little, like basically bird houses from the dollar store of like balsa wood basically, and she painted all over them. And they're super messy and wild. And then I used probably a can of that spray paint, clear paint, just to spray all over, inside, underneath. And they've been outside in the pouring rain here in Vancouver for the past 2 years and look brand new. And so there's a really great way of just preserving the paint so that they don't, because otherwise, if I hadn't done that, they would have disintegrated within literally a few weeks here in the weather in Vancouver. And so you've probably already done that, Deborah. But this mailbox is so cool that we just want to make sure that it lasts forever. I also think it's funny, these numbers here, and 666 is the haunted one. Was that The Shining, the axe coming through the door and Scream. Very funny too. Michael, can you see the Scream in one of the windows? Yes, absolutely. Yes. Excellent. Let's just kind of go back up here and talk about some of the work more specifically. Sorry, my throat is drying up here. I knew I should have brought my lozenges down here. That's great. I want some shadows underneath some of these rocks, or some of this grass to come up in front of those rocks. Minor quibble. I love this. Is this like some sort of Lovecraftian, horrifying War of the Worlds kind of situation? My goodness, that is nightmare fuel. Chase, if you're still watching, this is kind of stuff that's probably right up your alley here. These horrifying monsters. And then these gnomes again. These are great. I love these gnomes. I'm so happy that you're continuing to work on these fellows. And let's look at this. I love this photo. First of all, it's adorable. Adorable. And then your painting is great, too. I think one thing would be... first of all, I think it would be nice to have more flowers, I think, because there's this empty area up top here. And I think we could use a little bit of shadow, very subtle shadows on the face. Like, you can see there's these little ones right on the nose, on the cheeks. I think that could also emphasize kind of the, you know, the precious little, you know, chubby cheeks little kids have. Like my own daughter, you know, it's like that's, I want to eat those little cheeks. It's just so wonderful. Little puffy cheeks. Deborah says, yes, it's is Lovecraft for my grown son for his birthday. Ah, that's so cool. You must love that painting. Yeah, because I think one thing is that the child in this picture looks a little bit older than this child. Part of that is because you can see how when we're really young, our eyes are proportionally much larger to our face. And so if you want to make someone look younger, give them big eyes, that's the whole thing with anime and manga, right? Just everyone looks really young because they got gigantic eyes. Or if you want to ridicule a politician, give them really big eyes because they'll make them look like they're really young. So, because she here looks, you know, like, you know, her with her chin kind of being like this makes her look like she's a teenager or even older, perhaps. Which is nothing wrong. I mean, that can be kind of kind of wild to have a portrait done of yourself when you're a little kid like that. That's usually all they want to do is be like the older kids, right? I mean, I think you are right to be careful with adding too much shadow. You know, I don't think you need to push it that far. Just sort of like you've added a little bit of the shadow onto her jaw and stuff here. I think just a little bit more up there is all you need. Just a little bit more. But man, that is beautiful. Really cool. And I mean, the flowers also are exquisite. Like this, I love these leaves too. Really great job. This I think is fantastic. I love how you've done the water, these kind of sweeping, curving lines around the turtle. It really gives it a very dynamic quality. You know, this reminds me a lot because I'm putting together, I think on the next couple days, we're going to be doing an episode on Emily Carr. So I've been looking at a lot of her work lately. And so there's something very Emily Carr-ish about this painting. Because she is so... just the sweeping lines that she uses all over the place just creates such so much energy. Like that's one of the things I love about her work so much, and you've really got a lot of that happening. I like this light from above pouring through. Really cool, really great. And these all these gnomes. I love you got the gnome on the beach. I mean, you've done dozens of these before. Where's another one? And the gnomes. I like that the gnome is like, no to the garlic, no garlic for Halloween. That's also really great job with the moon here, that glowing moon, and getting the glowing effect to happen is not easy. Right, especially on such a large area, to blend that out. Major kudos on that. I think the one thing I would say that we could add here is maybe a little bit of a shadow. Like if that moon is in fact as bright as it is, it would probably be silhouetting these figures a little bit more. And I mean, obviously this is, you know, this is not intended to be a realist image, but maybe there would be a bit more of a shadow coming towards us. Maybe they would be a little bit darker, but you know, obviously that would pose some problems, because then they would be. I think we just need some, because they're just a like. Okay, so this figure's got even just the hint of a shadow. We need just a hint, either. Yeah, some kind of shadow under there, just to ground these figures a little bit more. Tiny little thing, but otherwise. Oh, and this one. Wow. So, I mean, my goodness, Deborah. Like, I think so. This one I think is one of the most recent ones you've done, and really, just home run. I don't know if this is based on a photograph. I love this hat, this Lego hat. That is really cool. And the bird eating seeds on the hat. That is so wild. I mean, I think you definitely have chosen this. I mean, I'm assuming this is like some sort of a print that is on like a toque, which is a hat here in Canada, like a winter hat here in Canada. And so that print was on there. And so it does, the one thing is it's, you know, when you paint that, it can kind of, it could confuse people into thinking, wait a second, is that a hat made of Lego, or is that a print of a hat? Oh, Deborah says, vampires do not have shadows, Michael. Oh, okay. So that's great. I love how the attention to detail. Great. Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate that. So, you know, gosh, that would have been that. My instinct would have been to paint a different pattern on that hat to avoid that confusion. But if now that it's there, I think what I like is how you've added these highlights on here to help kind of to suggest to people that this is not a it's not a hat made of Lego, but it's a print on that fabric. So I think what I would do is emphasize that a little bit more, and maybe add the, you know, the highlight is great. Let's get a shadow on there. Like, we probably would have a bit of a sag if this is that hat kind of, so we might have a little shadow here, maybe over here, maybe on this side here. And we might even have a bit of a shadow on his forehead from this. So a few little shadows, just like what you've done, a little tiny bit of that darker color in a few places. Maybe even around the bridge of the nose, a little bit. All of that. I mean, I don't know. I think if this painting is done and you've already given it away, I think you should be very happy. Again, I'm just always thinking like, oh, you know, is there anything else that could be done if this was my painting? Maybe a little shadow on the ear over here. Really nice. Maybe a bit of a shadow on this orange. And maybe a bit more of a shadow underneath the lapel, or make this lapel slightly lighter. Bring some light, just kind of, I think, it's not clear to me what what's going on here with these folds. So that could be, but I mean, I'm just being, and you know, actually also the background is really nice. I should mention that too. It's very subtle, but this sort of like grassy tree organic space, even how it kind of wraps around the head, is kind of like I was saying before, maybe like when we were talking about Pascal's work. It could be, it's, I like that it's very subtle. I like that, you know, it does sort of like do like Edvard Munch kind of surround the figure, but in a way it's super subtle and it works really well. Yeah, like, great job, Deborah. I mean, yeah. It's amazing. The people that are in this group, it just blows my mind. Okay, so let's move on to Dolores here. I don't think we've seen Dolores in a little while, so it's time to celebrate her work. I think these are her paintings and not photos of paintings in museums, right? I don't. Now that I look at it, I'm like, I don't know, actually. That, I think, is the original. But these, well, I don't know. That's what looks like a reflection. Are these? Those are really nice frames. I don't know if these are the original frames or not. That's so hard to tell. I mean, these are so well done. They could be Van Gogh. It could be the originals. I don't know. Okay, so then here's some photos. Dolores looks like was in Arles, doing a tour. This is the hospital, I think, in Saint-Rémy, where Van Gogh was recovering. And the famous cafe here with the yellow awning. Cool. So it's great to see these little travel photos of some of the locations. I've been to these places myself in person, Yeah, I mean, I always find it so exciting when I see like a you know, a local community focus their tourism on art and artists and celebrating artists. I think that just makes me so excited. It feels like it's an alternative universe where art and artists are elevated and celebrated, and because I think, you know, I'm super biased as an artist, as someone who's devoted their life to art, but I think art and the making of art is one of the great things that people are capable of, and those are the things that we should be celebrating, as opposed to some of the more negative tendencies of humanity. So excellent, really cool. Thank you, Dolores, for sharing those. Let's continue on. Now here, Diep Khan. So we've got a Van Gogh, Starry Night, and then I loved this, the painting of this tote bag. So cool. Really neat. I love the customization of it. Is that the same bag? One looks a little wider. Oh, I guess it's the same one. Really cool. So this should be this is very instructive, because it suggests that, you know, because you can buy these blank tote bags at your local art supply, probably your local art supply store will sell these ones for sure. T-shirts like this, but T-shirts tend to want to be a little bit more flexible and are probably washed more frequently than a tote bag. Sometimes I've got tote bags that have never been washed, that are years old, and so they might be a little bit more receptive to being painted on, especially because some tote bags are literally canvas, the same material that we're painting on in class. Obviously it's not stretched over a frame or a board, but this would be a really great idea for you to create your own tote bag of your own artwork, or of an artwork of an artist we've been celebrating in class, and then to you could make these same sort of things and sell them at a flea market, or set up a stand at you know, a farmer's market, and sell bags. I think, again, I think tote bags, everyone's a little bit different, but I think those might be more effective and more popular than painted T-shirts, because unless you're using like a fabric paint, wearing a T-shirt that's got paint on it, it's so stiff that and especially if that paint soaks through the T-shirt material, it can actually be kind of scratchy and uncomfortable to wear. Versus a tote bag, again, the one thing I would do is also spray it with a coating, so that both it would prevent it from getting ruined if it gets wet, but also if you're carrying that tote bag and it's, let's say, rubbing, you've got the painting facing your body and you're walking around with it, you don't want any of that paint sort of, it's not like it's even if it's dry, it potentially will kind of stain your clothes. That you might go like, why do I have this, like, looks kind of yellow or orange or blue? What? Oh, my tote bag has been rubbing against my side all day long. So if you spray it with some of that, like, acrylic coating, and do like a real thorough, you know, 2 or 3 coats of that would help prevent that from happening. It might stiffen it a little bit, but I would even flip it inside out and spray the inside as well to help protect it. And then that should give it a nice long life. Great job, very inspiring. Thank you for sharing those. Enrico Jose says, I study art at the UFG Federal University of Goiás. Okay, I gotta find out where is, oops, anybody know where that is? Oh, Brazil. Huh. That's so cool. It blows my mind that there's people watching these episodes right now from all over the world. That is just... And so there was a kind of a long thing here, but this is a student who's studying painting currently and made this painting based on a short story by a Brazilian author. This is beautiful. I love this painting. It does remind me a lot of an artist that we're going to be looking at a few months from now, Frank Auerbach. Who's kind of famous for these big goopy paintings. And so I'm looking forward to painting this this artist's work. But yeah, really cool. Also reminds me of another artist who was influenced by Glenn Brown, or by Frank Auerbach. That's Glenn Brown. Totally different approach to painting. He makes these thick paint. Well, they're actually super flat and thin, but they look like they're goopy and wet and thick, like Frank Auerbach's paintings. These are two really great artists. Anyway, great work, Enrico, and good job, good luck on your studies. I'm so glad to have you as part of the group, and I can't wait to see you share more work with us. Well done. And here's Jeff, the Fighting Tamarine, the famous JMW Turner painting. This is really nice. This is a really nice version of this painting. I feel like you've actually, it's like the original Turner's is actually pretty messy, pretty obscure. Like, I don't feel like you can see this much detail in the original. So it kind of feels like some of the, you've cleared some of the mist away from this painting. Really good, Jeff. I love that a lot. And like, I love how this sun just burns through this kind of the morning sky here. Oof. That's beautiful. Like the cool clouds and everything are burning off. Like, that is really nice. Really nice use of those bright, cool pinks. The background and that sun, even though, and because it's white, it just looks like it's so bright. Excellent. Jillian, here's another artist that we haven't seen in a while. Wow, that's a great version of this painting. Love this. Wow. Man. What am I going to say about that? That's, yeah, excellent. The beard, everything, the background. This is one of those things, like, Van Gogh's so famous for, I think one of the great innovations that Van Gogh brought is the really injecting pattern into backgrounds. But one of the things, if you're making a painting like this, it's very easy to get sloppy and lazy because there's so much monotonous, repetitive work that needs to be done there. And if you're, like, I remember when I made this painting, this takes like a good hour and a half, even if you're speeding around, to try to get all that in. And it looks like everything is done kind of carefully. You didn't get lazy and sloppy. I think I got a little lazy and sloppy. So kudos. Well done, Jillian. Okay. So Heidi's sent in a bunch of paintings recently, but I think a bunch of them are from episodes we haven't talked about yet. So I think we'll see those in upcoming episodes. But here Heidi did this collage of Tom Thompson paintings at the Art Gallery of Ontario in Toronto. And so it's really cool to see. Did we? Yeah, we did all 4 of these as part of our class, right? So there's the final version, and then the sketch. Yeah, so it's really neat to see these together like that. Very cool. Obviously, again, if you haven't been to Toronto, or if you're an artist, you're watching right now, and you ever do go to Toronto, going to the AGO, the Art Gallery of Ontario, highly recommended. It definitely competes very closely with the National Gallery of Canada in terms of collection. Arguably even better, perhaps. Well, especially has a better focus on more contemporary art than the National Gallery. Here is this painting Heidi did for her daughter. I think this was for Christmas or a birthday, I can't remember, but this is very, very recent. This is such a wild painting. Like, that is so wild. Oh, I love how this is done. There's something neat that this painting can be rotated, and I assume it would look really cool from every angle. Like, such an interesting stylization here. Sleeping cat 4 times around. I wonder what you called this one, Heidi. Huh. That's wild. Very cool. And then Heather. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch here by Heather. And I love, here we're starting out with paintings that Heather did with her daughter. They painted this side by side, following a tutorial from someone else online. So there's Heather's and then her daughter's. Oh, your daughter is a pretty good artist as well, Heather. That's pretty cool. Great. It's so neat to see kind of how different people interpret the same image a little bit differently. Wow, that's wild. Very different. Huh. That turned out great. Maybe let's just zoom in here, take a quick look. Wow. Really nice. This really reminds me of being up north. Excuse me. Reminds me of being up north in Alaska and Yukon. You really get this light like that really, like, the light is really bright up there. And the way that it reflects off the snow is it's like you have to wear sunglasses in the middle of winter, which you know, if you're from the south, you don't really expect to pack sunglasses with you when you go up to Alaska. But if you don't have sunglasses in Alaska or northern Canada, you are blind. I mean, that's snow blindness. It's a real thing, right? This is also so cool. So it's like Heather bought this round canvas and decided to paint a pizza on it. It's so effective that when I was looking at this, I was trying to figure out where the edge of the painting ended and the real life began. Like, is this, like, I think this is just like a pie plate here, right? A metal pie plate, and the painting inside of it. But even the placemat or whatever this is underneath has a kind of painterly quality too. So I was like, well, maybe is that faked out? Is that actually it's the background painting too? So really cool. I love this. Yeah. There might be a little bit too much white on the salami, I think. It makes it look like it's, yeah, I think, or I would modify that with just slightly more reddish or pinkish, so that we have maybe only, you know, the smaller amount is actually just pure white, and more of it is this another color rather than white. And I'm a vegetarian, so I don't eat much salami or look at salami that closely, but I would expect There might even be other colors in there, maybe some orange. Yeah. Heather painted this version of Gustav Klimt's The Kiss. I love how you've organized it in the stages like this, and you're using this gold background, basically a gold imprimatura, right? Which was very common. Gustav Klimt himself did that kind of thing, although he would have used gold leaf, which is maybe something we should do one day. But certainly during the medieval period, that was, people would use gold as the imprimatura, as like the foundational color underneath their paint. And that way you could get these glowing paintings. That's partly why I like using the warm yellow for our artworks here as an imprimatura, is to help create that glowing effect that was so such a significant part of medieval painting. It turned out gorgeous. Wow, Heather, excellent. Just outstanding. No, I can't offer anything else on there, except, again, like the attention to detail and the patterning, all the patience required there is really cool. That's wild. Really beautiful interpretation of Van Gogh's bedroom. It also seems like I don't remember the floor being teal and turquoise like this. So I feel like that's an addition you've made that I think works really well. I feel like the floor is kind of like a brown or something, isn't it? So seeing it really saturated colors like this is really neat. Again, I could be wrong. That's nice. This is great. Really nice job of Matisse's goldfish. Man, I'm just going through these because there's not much I can offer in terms of feedback for these. The Birchfield painting. Really nice. I think we did this for Halloween on our first year. And Picasso's Old Guitarist. There's the sketch, the outline. Painting it in. Chris Hadfield's book. That's a great book, by the way. An Astronaut's Guide to Life on Earth. And then you've got... Here you've... goodness, this artist is... Oh! That drive me crazy. Is this... I feel like maybe... Is there another state to this? Okay, that guy's driving me bonkers. Chagall, that's right. Marc Chagall painting. This version of Picasso's Musicians is also absolutely outstanding. I think we did this painting, right? But I feel like the colors are brighter, more orange and yellow. I feel like mine and Picasso's were a little bit more dim. I love how you brought more color into this. This is really cool. That Van Gogh is wild. It's what's wild here too is that the background almost seems, is it just me or does that background seem almost slightly out of focus? That's kind of neat, isn't it? He really seems like, I think this dark outline around the side really pops him forward. And maybe it's just the combination of opposing warm and cool colors that's doing that, but it really creates a lot of dimension. And Heather, wow. That's a beautiful version of Dali's Persistence of Time. Great. I really like how soft this is. There's really nice softness and how you're painting, like the sky. Wow, you're catching on fast. That's great. Yorozu's here. Wow. Jeez. Very exciting. I mean, so one of the things I've mentioned with a number of people is I just want to see now more self-exploration, like seeing what you're going to create on your own. Here's this based on Otto Dick's painting. We're going to do this painting, I think, in October, so a little bit ahead from now, but you did an excellent job. It is a kind of a weird painting for sure, and you've done an excellent job. I even feel like there's aspects of this painting that are different than the original. I don't know if there's this blue outline there and some of these cool blues on her skin that you've really brought out, but this looks like really fantastic. And since I see Pascal there in the chat, this might, well, I don't know, I don't know if this is necessarily the kind of painting for you, but other paintings by Otto Dix for sure. And another artist, now that I think of him, Pascal, we are going to look at his work, is Max Beckman. Starting to get a little chilly in here. So I think you might really like the work of Max Beckman. If you haven't already, Pascal, we are going to look at his work, but not for a few months from now. But I think you would love to paint some of these. Maybe even more so than Modigliani paintings, because you can really go wild with Max Beckman's work here. So take that under consideration, for your consideration. Pascal says Van Gogh actually painted his bedroom a few times. One of them has the floor brown and kind of green turquoise, as if the paint was used by time, and we see the wood. Maybe 50% is light brown. Okay, interesting. Let's motor ahead here. Looks like this is oil pastel. Wow, excellent job. Those oil pastel, that is fantastic. That's a really nice use of oil pastel, Heather. And these little, like, stuff in here, this reminds me a lot of, like, the Fauvist painters, too. That's really cool. Wonderful. Wow. We're going to be, I know I did this painting even before, so probably almost like 10 years ago here on YouTube. We're going to be doing this in a few weeks. We're going to be revisiting Edvard Munch a few times. That's excellent. Home run. Beautiful. Well done. Excellent. A lot of great stuff here, Heather. Really good. I like this interpretation. I like, again, it's different in the way Picasso himself made this painting. You've got a lot, like, your own styles really coming through here. These kind of smooth, like, it's almost like a, I was gonna say, it reminds me of some members of the Group of Seven, especially the works they made over the winters. Not the sketches. We've done a lot of the sketches that they made, but some of the slower, more refined paintings they made when they would get back to Toronto have this kind of more illustrative kind of quality. I think really nice. Great job, Heather. Nice water, or pastel. Great. Beautiful. I remember, I think the comment you made is I started kind of following the tutorial and then kind of stopped and just did my own thing. And I think it turned out great. It reminds me a lot of the work of Ted Harrison, who we did an episode on Ted Harrison with those really bright saturated colors. I mean, I think the one thing I would say is, you know, when you have these really saturated colors in the background, it does make the background come forward. And so, like, you added some white and tinted these colors for the reflection. I'd still say a little bit of that in the background would have worked. I mean, the painting looks fantastic as it is, really fantastic. But it does create, it makes it kind of flattens the painting, right? Because now the foreground is basically on the parallel plane as the foreground. So, the Franklin Carmichael, when he made this painting, deliberately added a little bit of white and gray into those colors to push them backwards into space. But you don't have to do that. But if you're just wondering, why does the painting not have as much depth? That's the answer. I mean, it's still gorgeous painting. And there's nothing wrong with flat paint. I mean, really, one might say the entire history of 20th century art from early 1900s, basically really with, well, maybe even with Fauvism all the way to abstract expressionism. So at least the first half of the 20th century was all about the increasing flattening of the picture plane. And I mean, that's all stuff that is someone like Clement Greenberg, the famous art critic and art writer, wrote a lot about. He was a big champion of people like Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning. So there's nothing wrong with having a painting that's flat. I mean, but just thinking, is that what you want, right? So here's your oil pastels. That's gorgeous. Getting those reflections on there is really nice. That's beautiful. Almost looks like that's out of focus. That's wild. Ooh, wow. Okay. These are great. I really like they're exploring oil pastels. Now, I have oil pastels. I find them pretty hard to use. There's not much advice I can give on how to make better oil pastel paintings. But I think you're doing a pretty good job. You may also want to explore using less textured surface to draw on. So rather than doing these on like a thick watercolor paper, you can get print, like for instance, I like using printmaking paper, which is has very similar properties to watercolor paper, but has in some cases almost no texture, super smooth. Because when you're printmaking, you want to have a very smooth surface so that the ink will be applied very evenly across that surface. And it's also made to absorb ink and watery, ink is generally can be more or less watery. So like watercolor, it will not buckle when it gets wet. So personally, I do most of my drawing on printmaking paper because it's a little bit thicker and stiffer like watercolor paper. But if I did paint on it, it won't bend, and I'm also using that to paint my graphic novel. So just something to consider, because you could see all of this texture, all the white coming through, and that's one reason why I like applying like an imprimatura, that yellow that I use all the time, or brown like many artists in the past have done. Or consider using a paper that is already comes pre-colored. Like you can buy like a cream colored watercolor paper, or or just some kind of off-white, like a titanium, unbleached titanium paper, or gray paper. And I think if you use that combined with your oil pastels, I think it would be a bit of a game changer, because then you can actually leave large parts of it potentially even untouched, and it won't look unfinished. And I can't remember what this was. I think this must be some sort of chat, or Midjourney AI thing here going on. This is another painting that you did, and I don't know by who. It seems inspired by somebody. Now, I feel like we talked about this, did we not? talk about this last class? I can't remember. That's all. This is gorgeous. I love this painting. This little otter. I love how you've created these, this out of focus area in the background, that bokeh effect. Shallow depth of field for those of you who are into photography. So we get that background look, and then the otter, and, and this is a warm sweater and scarf. Oh, that's great. And these, the whiskers are just perfect. The detailing on the face, the hair is also really well done. There's so much great stuff going on, even just in this little painting. And I think there was some question Holly had about how to use this type of material. Bought this color swatch book for Christmas. It was really struggling with drawing printing pages for myself, and this is nice thick paper. I want to have swatches of color mixes, tints and tones. Really glad. How do I start? I've never used this kind of stuff. I like to just create my own charts and things. There is, I think Pascal even mentioned in the comments I see there about doing which episode, one of the first episodes we did. You know, where we did all of these kinds of charts, right? So the templates for all of these are on, and these are just doing the color wheel and then mixing all of the different, mixing them like with black, gray, and white, or when we add white to a color, we make a tint. When we add black to a color, we add shade, and when we add gray to it, we create tones, right? And so you could certainly do this you could keep on going endlessly for all sorts of color mixes, but the templates are already there for you if you want to use them. Okay. Let's look at John's paintings. I don't know if this is the same John that sometimes tunes in live or not. These abstract paintings. Wow. Huh. Yeah, these are pretty wild. I don't know what I can offer here. I think I probably prefer this one over these. Although some of these deep colors with this kind of green over top is kind of nice. But I feel like I would prefer the opposite, maybe this is the same one that you just continue to build on top of. That's pretty wild though. I don't know what I'm looking at, but that's kind of a little scary. Just me, or this person's face kind of coming out of the shadows, and there's some sort of like kind of coloring on their face. So I kind of like where this is going. I feel like it allows you to explore all these colors in here and yet still have some kind of recognizable elements. And this is nice. I kind of like how there's almost like this line that's kind of moving through. So really cool. Really great job, John. Okay, so that's about halfway through our first batch. Oops. No. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to grab my portable heater. I am starting to get really, really cold. So, what can I put on? So let's. Maybe I'll leave that up here momentarily, and I'm just gonna run and grab that heater. Okay, that makes everything so much better. Whew, it's getting cold in here. Singa says you need to start putting your heater on before, so you don't want you to catch a cold. Awesome. Deborah says, Holly, I don't know if you are there, but your work is so much fun and lovely. Oh, you guys are such... I love... What a great community of so supportive people. It's just like, what a dream come true to be a part of this great community. Okay. So let's continue on here. We're gonna now look at the next half of the paintings, another 175 paintings. So, you know, you could do the math. You know, if I spend a minute on each one, it's going to take us until morning for us to get through them all. Our next, so I won't. We'll talk next about Eula, I think, maybe. Her work here. Got a lot of stuff. Painted many of them that we've looked at before as part of, but I think Eula is coming to the class and kind of working her way through the course. So let's look at these together here. These are excellent. Great job. Great way to start here with Van Gogh's skeleton. Wow. I was going to say Nietzsche, but Caspar David Friedrich, fellow German. Wow. These cows, that's pretty cool. I'm not familiar with this image. Okay, so it's a photograph. Wow, that's great, Eula. That is wild. Great job. Really like how you found the shapes of these shadows in here. Really good. That's exactly what you should have done. And it shows that, like, we don't need to paint every blade of grass down here in order to make it believable, right? You know, in the original, you could easily become overwhelmed with all of that texture. I like how you also deleted some of the other cows that were in the background that would have just made this whole area confusing, and like, so getting rid of that, very, very smart. Really great painting. This is a great example of how to simplify all that detail and create something that's really nice. Great job, Eula. Oh, nice. So, okay, so here you've also done some experiments with different imprimaturas. Very smart. You know, this is great exercise for everyone. And these little thumbnails that you've done are also really nice. You got your warm yellow, warm and cool yellow, using burnt sienna and burnt umber. Right? Wow. Very cool. So you can see, you know, like these two browns here on the bottom are more closely they more closely resemble the imprimatur that artists have traditionally used. Oops. Versus the ones that, you know, I tend to use this one up here. And so, yes, there is a difference. I prefer the difference. I like seeing that bit brighter colors showing up. Whereas the, you know, using the more traditional browns tend to kind of make everything a little bit more muted. And I like more saturated colors. So that's why often my paintings result in brighter, more saturated paintings. But yeah, I think this is a really great investigation for you or for anybody else watching to do. You could do this, like, and in fact, doing a little kind of thumbnail version of a painting like this before you start could kind of help you kind of like, oh, you know what? Like a fluorescent pink, that might look really great. And you test, and you're like, oh, actually, no, yeah, not at all. But if you do that, you know, a bunch of different ones, and you start it out that way, this also probably really helped you come up with the solutions on how to break this complex image down into very simple shapes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I cannot praise this approach enough. Great job, Eula. Got here the A.Y. Jackson, Claude Monet. All these are great. Your color wheel. Chagall. Wow. Oh, and that's the original. That's great. You can see how big that original painting is, right? And so, you know, whenever we're doing our paint, generally for the most part, all the paintings we're doing are, you know, maybe a quarter or an eighth the size of the original. Most of the time the paintings are much larger and allows you to get a lot more detail. It's much harder to do that detail when we're working on smaller canvases. Okay, I can't remember the idea behind doing this collage, but it is cool that you did this collage and then painted over top of it like that. Really neat. It does make you think of like all the different ways that you could do this type of thing almost in lieu of an imprimatura, right? And so instead of applying a color as a priming layer, one could collage images or text or found materials, leaves and grass, bugs, whatever else, you know, onto a surface, and then use paint over top of it with varying levels of opacity to create really cool effects. So a really neat kind of a little approach here. I really like that. That's great. Beautiful. We did this painting by this North Korean artist. When did we do that? Last summer, maybe? Really nice job here. Really glows. That nice, that warm yellow is super effective here. This one, I remember seeing this ad, this Absolute Vodka ad on the back of some magazine. And I like how you took this and did your own version of it. You replaced it with this green. I think you cut out maybe a few of the, what I guess, what about 3 of the scenes? Really cool. I mean, this is a fun painting for us to do, maybe. I love it when you guys go out and do your own master studies, and then we see them together, and sometimes it's given me ideas for things that we can do with the rest of the class. This is great. I don't know what this image is. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the what's her name? Maud Lewis. This reminds me a lot of Maud Lewis's the little house she lived in. And then she painted all the walls, and there was a very, very small space. It looks a lot like the room she lived in. And they had basically a kitchen, a little chair by the window, by the door, and then there were stairs that went upstairs, and that's where they slept. It's like, I mean, and 2 people, it was, I don't know, the size of, you know, maybe a large bathroom, like tiny living quarters. That's great. Really love this cat next to the stove. Very cool. Great job, Eula. Well done. So proud of you. You've come a long way so fast. That should be so encouraging, especially for other people who are watching, who aren't subscribed, who might feel like doing all of this just seems so impossible. So just seeing how far you've come over just a few months, it's just, pff, well done. And here's Carrie. That's great. Wow, I love this. It's like Virgin Mary with the cactuses and the hummingbirds. Wild. What an interesting kind of reinterpretation. Not sure I understand what's going on with some of these other little details, but that doesn't necessarily mean I need to know, right? So much of painting is filled with like details that are very specific to the artist who painted them, especially when the further and further you go back in art history. That's cool, Leslie. Wow. That is wild. I don't know what I'm necessarily looking at here. But all of those lines and the way that the face is sort of broken into 2 here. Oh, okay, so okay, so it's, yeah, okay. Huh. That's wild. I really like this portrait of Matisse. That is cool. Huh. I don't know if that's really cool. It's vaguely familiar, but I don't remember ever seeing one painted like that, especially with all of this kind of like, it almost looks like a little bit of a medieval manuscript but painted by Matisse. The stylization in the hair and everything. This is really cool. Really cool. it does make me think, like, what else can we do? Could you do portraits like that of all of your family and friends and or celebrities in that same sort of style? Like, so here's this famous painting, the green stripe, right? We did this painting ourselves maybe about a year ago for Matisse Week, and again, like the way that you've painted this, like all these kind of the scribblies in the hair. I would love to see a lot more of this, Leslie. I think there's a lot of potential here. That's great. I think you could use a little bit more, some darker colors in the foreground. And, you know, there's the eyelashes I think are missing. There's a few details there. This is great. I remember we did this. Yeah, that's turned out great. Oh, I love this space alien kind of crushed on the bottom side of the spaceship. That's funny. Wow. Okay, so let's look at Lisa's here. Lisa's Water Lilies by Monet. That is beautiful. Wow. Kandinsky, that's great. That's awesome. Van Gogh, these are all great. Well done. These are awesome, Lisa. I don't know, there's not much I can offer here. I think these turned out really great. Well done. And then we've got Lolly. Wow. So I think, do we just have these two? These must be from a larger painting. Why do I just have these two little bits? I feel like I'm missing something here, Lolly. There's got to be more than this. I'm assuming that this is not just, because it looks like we're zoomed in really close, the texture, the weave I see here. But it looks, I mean, from what I see, it's kind of cool, so I want to see more of that. And here's May. Oh, wow. I really like, first of all, Sang Yu is one of my fave artists. Obviously, we featured him on the Master Study series, but you did a great job here, May. Wow. That is awesome. I love how that turned out. And here's another one. We didn't do this one, but it's in the, we'll do this for Christmas next year. This Warhol's shoe, Christmas shoe. I think this one, you think you said, I'm trying out gouache. So for anyone who's curious, gouache is like halfway, is a different paint material than watercolor or oil or acrylic. Gouache was used extensively by illustrators for a long time because it's sort of like, it's halfway between watercolor and acrylic paint, basically. You use it very similarly that you use it in a similar way you use watercolor, but it's more opaque than watercolor. You can get really solid dark lines or shapes in a way that it's much harder to do with watercolor. Almost impossible to do with watercolor. Very cool. Here's, I'm not sure what this is. Looks like oil pastel, some sort of river. Oh, that's great. The Berthe Morisot flowers, beautiful. That's all paint, right? Yeah. That turned out great. I like how these look really nice. The original has much more of has a much tamer background. It's more of like a greenish brown. I love this bright yellow back there. It would not have been, it would have occurred to me to use such a bright color like that in the background, but it really works. Senga says, oh my goodness, this storm is getting worse. Oh my goodness, where are you right now, Senga? That you got such a bad storm going on. Sorry to hear this is great. Okay, so it almost looks like you're on a boat traveling away from the sunset, and the sun is dipping behind those the hills or mountains, and this is the wake caused by the boat you're in. That's really nice. It's interesting how you built up so much texture in the sky. I wonder how that happened. Oh, Senga's in Scotland. Scotland! My goodness, it's got to be... What time is it in Scotland right now? It's, what, like 2, 3 in the morning there? You are a trooper to be up this late right now. This is Archipenko, right? Ukrainian artist. It's interesting, May, you painted a bunch of the images that are in the Dropbox folders that we didn't do. So instead of painting some of the paintings we did do in class, you deliberately seem to have painted artworks that we did not do. It's 4 in the morning in Scotland. My goodness, Senga, you are a champ. Well, you know what, Senga, since you've been... Let's see. You're such a champ at following along this whole episode. Do you have any paintings? We just have drawings. Oh no, here's all your paintings. Let's I'll bring up your... I don't think we're gonna get to the drawings today. We'll do that in another episode. But let's I'll talk about, Senga, your painting, since you've been so patient and you've been here this whole time. Let's just sort of take a look at these. Wow, this is a really nice environment to exhibit your work in. Really nice. I love all these poured paintings that you're doing. Now, there's a lot of images. I think there's about... I think all the drawings, I think you sent in almost 200 photos of your sketchbook and your drawings. So we'll look at those in the future, but we'll look through your paintings. Wow, looks like you had a lot of fun doing all this pour painting here. This is, you know, it's pretty tricky to pull this stuff off. We've done them in this class. I've done them in person. And it's interesting how sometimes they work really well and sometimes they don't. And it looks like you really figured out how to make it work. Saying it's my birthday. Excited to open my art prezzies. So this is a hotel. That's the hotel. Oh, did you say is this your mom? Oh wow, that's a portrait you painted your mom. That's amazing. So it looks like did you drip the painting onto the surface, or maybe squeezed it out of the tube? It's pretty wild results there. Wow. This eagle attacking a wolf in front of the earth. That is wild. So where is this paint? So this must be like on the moon, a wolf on the moon howling at the earth. That's pretty cool. Wow. Cool. And what is that painted? It's like on cardboard. Huh. These are great. So these are at a hotel that you've been making your work for, or exhibiting your work at. They look great. Really cool. It does look like you had a lot of... These are really fun. They also look like they work... They're kind of the perfect things to have in a hotel, right? Like, they need lots of work to fit on the walls that is kind of, you know, a little bit unobtrusive, that looks great, but isn't going to be too distracting. So I had a friend who lives in Los Angeles that's his main thing, is he makes art for hotels, and so his work is mostly abstract like that. These look great, Senga. Yeah, I think, you know, with some of these, the more representational ones, I think what I would want to see is maybe a little bit more definition. And it's interesting to me that you're painting these representational images on cardboard, and yet the ones that you're pouring the paint on, you're using canvas. So you're reserving the nicer surfaces for the pouring of paint rather than for these types of images. You may want to consider doing... I mean, I don't know if you did the painting course and tried painting along with those images, but that might help you develop a little bit more confidence for painting more representational images. But these look great as they are. I mean, really exciting to see what you've been able to accomplish thus far. Okay. I think we talked about this Picasso by May. So we'll move on to Maria's work here. I love this. Local Artist of the Month. And some of Maria's work on display. Awesome. Wow, I don't know if I've seen some of these ones before, Maria. I don't know if I remember seeing this, like, campfire in the forest. Huh. That's cool. I like this. Is that finished? Is that the same one that's on display there? Oh, no, there's... I guess there's that one. Huh. You know, it goes to show that, like, painting a painting like this that is, you know, you can see how quickly these brushstrokes are painted. You know, there's a lot of energy and movement in here. It's very hard to pull something like that off because all that movement has to happen in just the right way for it to work. This looks really great, Maria. I like this one a lot. I feel like it does... I want something more down here, though. I think maybe some warmer colors. We've got a lot of this kind of cool teal. I think we want some warmer browns and warmer blues and greens down the front just to create more depth there. They can still be really dark, but I think we'd want that blue down there. Cool. That's also a nice one, Maria. That's really neat, like these kind of poppy flowers with this kind of splatter. That works. I wouldn't have thought, but it works really well. Like, it gives that the kind of the texture of the patterning of poppies. And that's nice too. One thing is, you see this looks like the table, this kind of horizon line in behind. Notice how when it pops out on the other side, it's much higher up here. So it's there, and it goes across, and then all of a sudden it dips down. It's like as if there's this, you know, so that's something that is, and to fix that, you know, you could either raise this line up or lower this one down here just by painting some blue. But it's one of those things that always kind of drives me a little bit crazy. Maybe I'm just OCD or something, but I think making that, because it's such, for me, maybe just being a teacher of art jumps out to me immediately. Looks good. I think, again, done very quickly. I want something more in the foreground here. More grass or something there. Feels a little unfinished, this one. Okay, and Matthew. David Bowie sketch. I mean, obviously, this is some sort of digital illustration. We're using like Photoshop to break it down into some layers and let's see. What could I offer here? I love the light in this painting. I love the bright colors. I like this. There's a lot of great stuff working. What I'm a little confused by is some of these little dabs of white out here. I don't know if those are supposed to be kind of reflections, like in a camera or something. That to me makes it look a little bit messy. I do really like the trees, the silhouetted trees in the foreground. I think is really nice. You know, it's very like Paul Cézanne, like those kind of like square brush strokes. Very effective. I would say some, like for the top half up from horizon and up, really nice. The sky, gorgeous. I feel like the bottom half of this painting is unresolved though. Like, it's not clear to me what exactly I'm looking at. Like, is this water? Or is this like a hay field? And what is this? Is this a lake or not a lake? Like a boat or an island? Like, what are all these? So, if this is water, I would expect to see more horizontal lines, right? To emphasize the flat nature of the water. And even though water doesn't always have to be blue or green or anything like that, I would probably have put in either a little wash of blue or green or something underneath, and then paint, if I want it to be kind of this glowing red, then paint red over top in kind of horizontal lines and streaks over it. Because the water can look yellow if the sunlight bouncing off of it is yellow and red and all that stuff. So, but the way it's painted sort of suggests it's not water, that it's maybe grass or something, because all those little vertical strokes make it look like tufts of grass. And so, okay, so if it's a field, we're looking at a big field, then again, I wonder what this shape in the center is. Like, that's very distracting to me. So I would probably try to get rid of that. But if it is a field, why? It's an odd vantage point, because I feel like we're looking down into like a valley then. And in which case this could be a little lake, but it looks, it would just, if it is, it looks almost just like a little puddle rather than a lake. So what I want this area to be clarified somehow. Again, thinking about horizontal lines for water, verticals if it is some sort of grassy texture or something there. But I mean, the top half is excellent, like really, really excellent. Like, especially this, yeah, all the stuff, the blue and the trees in front are incredible. So that's why I'm spending more time on this, because I'm thinking like, wow, you've got like a masterful sky, but the bottom half isn't supporting that sky as well as it should. So how can we fix that? How can we make it better? Mohammed's version of Alex Katz. I love this. I love how what you've done here. There's just maybe a little bit here missing of her like you can see when I turn, you see how under my eye it kind of comes up and back down. So she's missing a little bit of the width of her head here, right? And maybe even this is a little bit wide. Not a big deal. I mean, obviously every painting we make, we're learning stuff in, but we're just missing a bit of the shape of her face here. Just a little bit flat. And would normally be fine if we didn't have the top, this part, also going out in here. So that tells me that, okay, if we're going to do this up here, then we need more volume down here. But if we want to keep this like this, then we need to trim this back significantly. So it's like one or the other. Which direction do we want to go? Which one do we want to cut the top part of this side of her face out from the top, or do we want to add a little bit on her cheek down? Right? You can make that decision. Wow, this is great, Mohammed. Wow. I love the floor. I love the patterning down there. That is really cool. That's a home run. That is really cool. There's nothing like that in the original. So that tells me that when you were working on this painting, you saw something there, a pattern that you brought out in your painting that is really cool. That's really cool. And it makes me even kind of think about, like, well, maybe, I mean, I also really like the blue here. I feel like I want a little bit more something in up here, or what you've done down here. I think I want a little more of that up there. And then this couch also. The figure is gorgeous. Oops. The figure's gorgeous already. So the bottom half of your painting, fantastic. This blue, the figure, just a little bit more of this same sort of wildness that patterning that you're creating in a few other places. Really cool. Great job, Mohammed. This is great too, this Charles Birchfield painting. Wow, nice. So you can see how, like, this neon really works really well here. It really pulls us into the painting. It goes back to what we were talking about, like with Paula and a few other people using really, really bright imprimatura, but putting it in the background in an area that might not necessarily be what we want to focus our attention on. Whereas here, this is clearly the central part of the picture, so we want that bright color to pull us right in. Excellent. Great job. Oh, wow. Another great one, Mohammed. This Frida Kahlo. Beautiful. I like these kind of purple shadows. Yeah, really excellent. What I would suggest is we could paint those purple shadows in and then paint these shapes over top, or even just extend them a little bit. Since this is the darker side, you could probably take a little bit of your darker orange or brown and paint right over, and that would get rid of all these, like, you see how there's this little gaps here, this little yellow of the paint coming through. I would say it would be kind of nice to cover that up, and because it makes it look a little bit unfinished when we've got all these little gaps here. So if we were just to paint a darker orange, let's say in this instance, and a darker purple, just a little bit wider, darker green right there, because that is the darkest area, it's going to clean up those edges and make for a little bit sharper picture. Oh, nice. This Emily Carr. Very cool. Wow. I love how you did the sky. I love that patterning in there. And down here, this is great. It's funny because you've really helped add a lot of definition to this space that is not really exists, that doesn't really exist in the original. So that's really kind of wild to me to see that. I kind of want to see a little bit of shadows around these houses. So it's hard to tell where the light is coming from in this painting, both in yours or the original. I would, well, I think the shadow is kind of going, well, it looks like the shadow is probably coming from over our heads, so that the shadow on these houses maybe could stretch a little bit behind here. Because I think, I was thinking about this the other day, because we're going to be doing an Emily Carr episode next couple days. So I've been just looking at a lot of her work and thinking about this painting again, even though we did this a few years ago. Is I imagine she's sitting under a tree on this hillside in France, and it's probably a bright, hot day, and she's using this tree as like shade. So the tree's, you know, the sun's probably in behind her, and she might even be with like her back up against a tree or something, so that the shadow is being cast in front of her on the hill in front, because so much of the valley is really well illuminated. There's no shadows from the mountain or anything into the valley. But great job. This is really nice. I think we do want a little bit of the horizon line, or the edge of the table in here, but this looks really nice. This is even better. Great. I feel like we're just this vase looks very precarious. I think there should be the foot of the vase should be a little bit wider, and the shadow might want to be a little bit wider also, to, I don't know which direction it goes. Maybe it goes off the table. But the flowers, everything else is really well done. I really like how, like, very nice attention to detail. Really great. Wow. What an excellent interpretation of this painting. Really cool. The sky is gorgeous here. I love this silhouetted tree. That is very effective. I mean, technically, this area down here is kind of like a green. It's the hillside. Whereas as you've kind of painted it similarly to the sky, so it could be a little bit more green, but it looks beautiful. Like the attention to detail, all those dots, not easy to do, so that's very time consuming, but really well done. Yeah, like a little bit of this green I think should be in the hills. I mean, if you want it to look closer to the original, not that it needs to or should, but yeah, a really great job. Wow, and this Renoir, really nice. These are excellent. Well done. Okay. So now let's look at Pascal's work here. So we got a lot of work by Pascal. So we'll flip through these. Oh, this should be with the drawings, but look at, that's a beautiful drawing, Pascal. Wow. And these Van Goghs. I like seeing that come into view. That's the Warhorse. I like how you were inspired by someone else in this drawing. Wow. Beautiful. Wow. So these ones with like the couple, I think these are a commission you did, Pascal, right? Maybe you could clarify. Oh, wow. That's great. I like how you took this single painting, the Helen McNichol, and added a man next to her, because she was just by herself in the grass, and now we've got two people. That's really cool. I love how you turn this into your own painting. Wow. Wow. These are great. Like, I don't know if you're still on in the chat here, Pascal, but I'd love to know a little bit more. I mean, I'm sure there's this information is on the... oh, so these are... Pascal, right? Pascal. Okay. So let's... we'll look at the drawings in a future episode, so we'll just focus on the paintings. These are really fantastic, Pascal. I love these. I love how they turned out. It also is, again, a reminder that when you slow down a little bit and you add a little more precision into your work, it just gets leaps and bounds better. Really cool. Like, that's great. I love this sort of image of the two of them. I mean, assuming that it's the two of them together behind them. That is so wild. Oh, there you are. Okay, there, Pascal. Most of the couple ones were practices for the wedding paintings. Wasn't sure what I was about to paint for the next wedding paintings. Okay. Like, that's so cool. Like, you can really see, like, the action, these legs, they're moving. These are great. That's awesome. I would say that the sky looks a little bit more quickly done than I would have liked. Like, I feel like that's one thing I see with your work is you often spend a long time on these little details, and then there's just something kind of like right at the end. I'm like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Maybe let's slow down because you've got all this beautiful detail. You know, like that. Yeah, I kind of want them just to be a little bit more, like, just carrying, like, because you've done that with this. Everything is treated with love and attention here, whereas everything is treated with love and attention, but the sky just a little, could be just a little less kind of wild, I think. Same sort of, like, I think it's okay for the background to be wild like this, but the flower in the foreground, I think we want a little bit more attention there. Same thing with this Van Gogh one. That's cool. These, fantastic. I love. This is really cool. Really nice. And that's gorgeous. This might be one of my favorite things I've ever seen you do. That is so wild. Pascal says the castle one, let's go back to it here, is one of the two main wedding paintings being framed and will be sent. I actually started with the sky. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean it's fine. I just think, like, I mean, I love the way these figures are painted. I love this castle. It's so gorgeous. I do think potentially in the future we could have a bit of a shadow on here, so that, because they're kind of floating through the grass right now, but it does look really cool. That's great. I like this a lot. She looks like she's dancing or something, right? These Van Goghs are great. But this is also beautiful. Holy smokes. Oh, you know, I also really like how you've done her dress here. How the texture of the paint, how when it's thicker, it creates darker lines. And so you've kind of used that to kind of simulate, I don't know, the texture or maybe lines on her dress folds. Really cool. The bride in the castle was in preparation. I thought I'd paint live and needed preparations. I did many practices to get ready, but I didn't do it live after all. Yeah, that is beautiful. Senga says it's Brill. They all are. Is that brilliant? Is that Brill? Is that a what the kids are saying? Brill. This is beautiful. I mean, I think perhaps we could just add a little bit of a highlight onto her nose there, because it looks like it's a little bit muddy on her face. Right, just like a little, like that same kind of color that you've got right up there. If we put that on the bridge of her nose, make her lips a little bit more red. That's great. I love there's a lot of work in this painting, Pascal. It must have taken you a lot of time, but I think that's what I love to see. Like, it makes me so very much aware of what you're capable of doing when you when you're slow down a little bit and you give things a little bit more attention. And I can see that there's kind of those parts of you where you really like doing more expressive, wild, messy painting, and then some where you like doing more refined paintings like this. And it doesn't have to be you do one or the other. It's just thinking about, like, you know, when is the appropriate time to use one type of mark over another, or one type of brushstroke over another. So, like in a painting like this, where, you know, you're trying to convey like an elegance and a certain kind of like dreamlike quietness or something, right? Like there's almost like a silence here, like a heavenly kind of not quiet, but just like you could imagine like a church hymn, kind of like or angels singing or something, that kind of precision and is really important here. Like all these little dots on the tiles on the floor receding to the background, very satisfying. So it makes it appropriate that we don't have any wild brushstrokes in here, right? It because it brings all that attention back onto the central subject, this woman in the foreground. So if we had wild marks in the background, it might take away from the woman in the foreground. So I love the restraint that you show in this particular painting. Really nice. These are great. I love them there together. That's fantastic. Let's go back to this couple. They're really beautiful. Yeah, there's so much really great stuff going on here. I mean, looks like, you know, it's pretty hard to get a lot of detail into these small areas, but it looks really nice. Like, you've just the look that she has looking at him. You know, her cheeks are kind of blushed, and you know, he's got his glasses on, and you know, he's all dressed up. I mean, really nice. You squeezed a lot of stuff into that small area, and this is fantastic. I especially love this area. I mean, they look great down here, don't get me wrong, but there's something really wonderful about, you know, the way they're sort of exploding through this dark background here. It also would lend itself really well, like the way it's laid out with these blank areas. This would lend itself really well for like a book cover. or a magazine cover, because you could imagine the title of the magazine here, and then an area for like the barcode and what's inside. So just thought I'd point that out, because it's the way that you framed it has these empty spaces in there. I think are really nice. These are great and really nice frames too. Great job on the framing. I do think the frames add a lot to your paintings and to any painting in general. Frames can really elevate something, because you're literally sort of trying to think of another word instead of using frames. You're isolating the artwork from the surrounding world and saying, this is something special. This is something important that deserves this highlighting, this border, this protective frame. And so it makes people stop and look a little bit more careful. It makes people think like, oh, well, everything that's on there was done intentionally. So yeah, frames are really important. So if you have like here, I've got a bunch of these types of things around my house for our paintings, the ones that we do here on, and so I use these for displaying our work, because they've got little slats that you can, there's little blocks that come out, but you can slide our paintings in. And let me just show you what this is. This is for anybody who might be curious. I bought these off of Amazon. I think this was probably like, $40 or something. Just for anybody who wants to get them. But immediately transforms any painting into something really cool. Okay. Yeah. Like Heidi says, Pascal, these are beautiful paintings. Absolutely. Pascal says, I had a lot of trouble leaving the blank space empty. Oh, so for like in this painting up here. Well, that's a big thing of like, what to do with those spaces. Does one need to fill in those spaces all the time? And it depends. Sometimes empty space like that can be nice, though. Sometimes it can almost appear like it just gives us breathing room. And some great artists, if you look at a number of paintings, that empty space, like, well, I'll give you a famous example. This is a very poor photograph. Let's go back here. So maybe you've seen this image in the... Oh, look, it's not really... Okay, so this is a very famous painting by Jacques-Louis David of the death of... It's called The Death of Marat. Marat was kind of a revolutionary figure, during the French Revolution, and he was murdered while he was in this bathtub. And you see all of this empty space up here that Marat left, or that David left, and clearly he could probably have composed this painting much more differently. He could have, instead of it being a vertical composition, he could have framed it horizontally and just cut all that out. but he's left that space quite deliberately as kind of this empty space, right? Because David, like a lot of other people, really liked Marat, or I mean, mostly, and so what David is trying to show us is sort of the emptiness that is left after the Marat dies, that the revolution is kind of missing something, right? That so he deliberately left this empty space to kind of make us feel that there's this void, that something is missing, quite literally, right? And it's brilliant in that sense. That, and that's really this is one of the first examples in art history where an artist was so bold to leave so much of the, basically half of this painting is just empty space, right? Absolutely brilliant. So when we come back to like your paintings and this space here, I think your decision to put something in there, and specifically this image, was very smart, because you have this couple that's walking hand in hand, and if we left this big empty space there, it would suggest the same sort of thing that Jacques-Louis David was suggesting with Marat, that there's something missing. And that probably would not be appropriate for a wedding picture, right? For there to be a picture of two people walking and a big empty void behind them, right? That could be interpreted in all sorts of different ways, but mostly in negative ways. Whereas here, you have them together walking in this big empty space in behind. You have them together in that empty space. So rather than it being this empty void, we have the two of them together and they're walking forward. I will say, though, is how did we get to that point, though? It tells me that maybe what we could do instead is spend a little bit more time in the planning phase, and either, if we had just enlarged these figures so that instead of his top of his head being here, it's up here, then we wouldn't need to fill this void up with anything. And even then, even if you do want to, and I love that you included this here, I would have probably had them be larger anyway. So that, because right now they're almost potentially even smaller than this image back here. And I think that's fine. I think it's either one or the other needs to be dramatically bigger than the other. Like, I think, these two people walking here should probably be, 75% larger than they currently are. Or make these guys much larger than they are. Because right now we have a lot of empty space. So, potentially we would have maybe two more scenes. Like, I could see you doing another scene right up top here where they're doing something else. Maybe it's the two of them, or maybe it's where they went on their honeymoon. Maybe it's like palm trees and the two of them sitting on the beach. And then down here is maybe the two of them holding their first child. And maybe that's even something you say, well, like, after you have a child, or you move into your new home, give the painting back to me and I'll try to add that on there. That's pretty daring, because it's kind of taking a bit of a risk working on a painting that's already been started and adding to it, because potentially might not turn out the way you want or the way the client wants. But I feel like there's potential there for something else to go in. Okay. And Pascal says, it can create atmosphere. That's totally. Pascal says the dream in corner left is an inside with the couple. Being so ceremonial, I'll show that he may be dreaming of them together after the wedding, but I did consider more than 2 scenes, very hesitant. Heidi says, in Chinese paintings or inspired paintings, there can be a lot of white space, like punctuation, writing, and pauses in music. Absolutely. Totally. Yeah. Giving that space for people's imagination, for breathing room. It's like in music, you know, where there might be some bum, 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 and then it almost goes completely quiet, and then you might just hear one little violin, and then it builds back up, boom, and it's the contrast between quiet and loud that can make for something really dramatic happening. Senga says, I don't know if you've seen it. I done a drawing in pencil. Draw with me in 2023 with Michael Markowsky. Happy art. Working on. Please, Michael, can we have more in 2024? LOL. So there is lots of drawings that I have a folder here. I'll just show you. A whole folder here of drawings, 137 of them. And I think, Senga, you sent 163 images of drawings here. So, yes, I saw all of your drawings, but we're 4.5 hours into today's episode, so I'm probably not going to get to your drawings today. We'll do that in an upcoming episode, another feedback episode, because the last episode I spent 4 hours talking about drawings, so today I'm trying to spend as much time talking about paintings. But yes, I have seen all the stuff that you sent in. So, let's move on to Pascaline's work here. That's beautiful, Pascaline. Wow. That turned out great. I love her hair in particular. Such gorgeous stuff going. And this goes again, I mentioned, 2 hours ago when we were talking about Beatrix Potter, and I was saying how that really bright, saturated background color was overwhelming the subject. Now here's an example of how you've used this glowing imprimatura to a benefit. So that glowing yellow is coming through her clothing, which draws our attention right to her. Really effective. Great job, Pascaline. Love this. And this is cool. So I wasn't quite clear. I think so. You painted the foxes and then added the background and the foreground with the help of an app on your phone or computer. Very cool. I mean, it is a little bit, it's like, oh, what are these foxes doing? They're hanging out in front of someone's window. Just be careful when you're taking out the garbage. There might be some foxes waiting there to get inside or bite you. But it is beautiful. I like that. I do think that, Pascaline, you could take inspiration from, oh goodness, who did, okay, I just want to bring, so we looked at Barbara's work earlier, and so she did these collages with these different materials over top of some paintings. And I just think this might be something to think about, Pascaline, for your own artwork, is potentially, rather than just using an app to put in, these, these details, like these snowflakes. You could easily cut those snowflakes out of paper yourself and glue them on top of your own drawing and have that mixed media effect. And I think it would be super cool. Oh, wow. That's cool. That's neat. I like this, the kind of black background and then how you painted over top of it to... It does a few things. It gives it that vignette. It also, to me, almost feels like I'm in a, I'm inside like a stone house, you know, in a really warm climate, like somewhere in like Israel or Egypt that has no window, like no pane on the window. It's just the air comes right through. And it's really dark inside, and I'm looking out at this beautiful, warm landscape, right? That is gorgeous. Love how this turned out. I mean, and the painting itself is really beautiful. Really like that a lot. These are great. Or David Shrigley paintings. I like how they're on square canvases, too. Those turned out fantastic. And then this, I wasn't quite clear exactly what happened here, Pascaline. So we have these trees, and then I think you painted the trees out, and then you put them back. I think that's what happened here. So I think this is number 1, number 2, and number 3. Which is funny to me that, you know, how often that happens to us, where we start and then we change our minds a few times and have to kind of paint something back out. And so the question is, which one do we prefer? I don't know. I think this one I like the least, I think. That one seemed, well, maybe, I don't know. It does seem odd, although odd sometimes is really good. Which one do I like better, that one or that one? And I'm sorry, because I can't remember which one is the last version. I think I like this one the most. And this might be the final version you did anyway, ideally. But it is, I do like that you allowed this painting to evolve in a number of ways. That takes a lot of courage to just paint something right out and then to over-paint it and then bring it back again. Right? A lot of people would have just given up after one change. And for you to make that second change, third change is pretty wild. That shows a lot of confidence that you feel like, you know what, I could make a major compositional change to this painting, you know, potentially when I'm almost done, and I think I can pull this off. And then you do it and you're not happy with it, and then you go and do something else on top of that. First of all, it also shows like how good acrylic paint is for that type of situation, where you can really make some you can really make changes to it, and that you know, short period of time. Like if this is an oil painting, I guess you could scrape that paint off, but you'd still, I guess you could scrape the paint off and really rub as much of that paint off, but it would be, well, I guess in many ways it would be harder. Like then you could get a little bit of a muddy quality underneath there. So what on earth are we looking at here? That is wild. I wonder what this is based on, Pascaline. I mean, I think that's like a, I don't know. Are these like cartoon characters? I mean, it's like some kind of dog. This is wild. I'm sure there's a story behind this one, Pascaline. I don't know what it is. we have back here? It almost... Okay. I don't know. I don't know the story behind this one, so I hesitate to say too much, because... Like, it does have almost like as if you started with an abstract painting and then tried to bring images out of it. Which is, you know, a technique that is, well, at least was very popular in China for maybe 1,000 years, of doing that, like, kind of like splattering paint and then trying to visualize what that splatter could transform into, and then continued with surrealist painters like Max Ernst, for instance. This is great. This is a really fun painting that we did together. I think it looks really cool. I especially like, I don't remember it being so purpley and pink down here, so I think that's a really nice innovation. And the thick, goopy texture, I think, works really well. Okay, Paula, time to look at your work. I don't know if you're still there, being patient for us to get to your work. This is fun. So this is inspiration from Ivan Ivanovsky's work, which is surprising because the original work was really just waves crashing. And so you decided to take that and add this big boat right in the middle of the crashing waves. I admire that. Drawing a big, or painting a boat, a big tall ship like this with big sails, is really tricky. That is one thing I want to do this this year, is to do a painting or two with some of these big boats, because you know, there's a whole genre of, it doesn't really exist so much anymore, but certainly during the kind of golden age of Dutch painting, which is like Rembrandt, Vermeer, etc., there was a whole industry of people who were painting these big boats and naval battles and stuff. I think it turned out great. I think I might have talked about these last episode. I love these paintings, Paula. I mean, these are just absolutely incredible paintings. These portraits. Again, and it kind of reminds me of like Pascal, is that sometimes I see some paintings from you that are clearly done very, very quickly. And then you have some paintings like this where you're clearly spending a lot of time on, and they just look absolutely stunning. Like, just incredible. And I kind of want to see more of these stunning paintings that I know require more time and energy, but are incredibly successful. Like, I mean, this might be one of my favorite things I've ever seen you do, Paula. And there's been a few that we've looked at today that are really great, but, like, I mean, it's gorgeous. This is incredible. I love this. This is great. This little boy. And then your version here. So again, you can see how this version is drawn very quickly, right? I can see just from the movement of your pen that really fast sketching, which is great. I mean, there's a time and a place for that, absolutely. But we also lose a great deal of precision here, right? The likeness of this little boy is not quite as what we would see from this painting you did of Leonard Nimoy, for instance, from Star Trek. So clearly you're capable of doing like super precise work. And so I kind of feel like, oh, well, you know, maybe we could have a little bit more of that in this painting, right? Some of these very quick little sketches. I mean, either way, I think one thing, Paula, with your work that is inspiring to me, and I think should be inspiring to everybody else, is first of all, the regularity in which you're painting. Like, you're clearly painting at least once a week with me, and then I think on your own as well. So that is really cool. That you have a routine, a painting routine, that you've built that into your daily or at least weekly schedule, that you've scheduled in time to paint, is fantastic, and it shows with the progress you've made over the years. So that, first of all, is great, and that should be really inspiring and instructive for other people to consider making that time for yourself. The other thing that I think is like really inspiring about your work is you complete everything you start, or at least that's what I see, is that, you know, regardless of how quickly you might sketch it in, you take it and you finish it. So you finish everything you start, and I think that's also something that we can all learn from, because there's a lot of us that might start something and kind of lose interest halfway and just abandon it. And what I see in all your works is you, regardless of how you might feel, you carry it through to its conclusion, and then you move on. You don't obsess endlessly over that painting. And I say that because I know a number of artists, people that I've taught in person, who started a painting 6 months ago and are still working on that one painting, that just can't let it go, that are obsessed with making it perfect. And I think your willingness to create something and to let go, finish it, let go, and just move on is so important. So many people don't allow themselves to do what you are able to do so easily. And it's very inspiring. Really great, Paula. I love these. Okay, let's look at Perla's. And I will again say, Paula, I know that you've done lots more works, but those are going to be in those other folders we look at in future episodes. So, Perla. What are we looking at, Perla? This is some sort of... It's like a guy with... Oh, is it a samurai? Is that what I'm looking at? It looks like a... I think that's a samurai, right? Maybe in front of Mount Fuji or something. Very cool. I think it is a little bit... I think there could be more clarity again. So you've probably heard me saying, as a bit of a broken record throughout these episodes, that I'm a big believer in clarifying things. I think that's part of the responsibility of the artist, is to is to go for is to make the job, in some ways, make the job of the viewer easier, so that they're not first of all, I wrote part of my graduate thesis from the master's program I went to in Los Angeles about the importance of mystery and how important it is for there to be some small amount of for there to be complexity in a work, for there to be debate and some uncertainty and ambiguity. I think that's important. But I also think it's important for there to be clarity of like the essential items. In the same way, it's like if you're writing a story, we want, you know, the punctuation and the spelling to be correct, so that when we're reading it, we don't trip over a word to be like, oh, that's not spelt right, or they're missing an apostrophe there, and that kind of just takes you right out of the story, right? And then you're like, then you can't stop. It's hard to get over those mistakes. So same sort of thing when we're painting. I think we want to get that clarity in here. So if I have to sit here and kind of wonder about what exactly it is, that slows down that process, because I want to get to the part where I'm wondering, well, who is this samurai, and why is he why does he have his head down? Is he mourning the loss of a friend or of an enemy? You know, like, so I want to get to that part as soon as possible. So, like, what is this stuff down here? Are these, like, gravestones? Is this another figure off in the distance? So how can we add that clarity? This is great. I love this kind of path going up over the hill, and these trees, and these big, bold clouds. I think same sort of thing, like, can we, you know, I think maybe it's not defining this pathway, but defining this, you know, the bushes on either side a little bit more. Cool, okay. Ooh, neat. Okay, so what was this? Did I miss that? Is there a version of this? Oh, I guess some of it's a little bit out of order. Huh. Cool, I like that. This is very Vancouver. It reminds me, because in Vancouver we have all these street lights and all these electric cables that power the buses and trains and things. So we have these big, beautiful skies, and then there's just full of cables all over the place in the way. So that reminds me a lot of Vancouver. So I like that. It's very nice. And you know, it's one of those things, you know, I think Richard did a painting similar to this a while ago. I don't know if he's still watching. He's probably asleep now. But one of the things that we see a lot, or he did a few paintings where he did those same sort of, like, I guess what I'm just saying is it's a bit of an unconventional approach, because some people would look up at that and be like, oh, that's so ugly, looking at all those cables, they're in the way. But I love that you saw that and thought, like, there's something kind of beautiful about those lines, the way they crisscross and break up the sky. It almost looks like, you know, a broken mirror, or it turns the sky into a stained glass window. I think that's really beautiful. It shows a real creative imagination here. Let's just kind of go back, looking at this bird. Oh, Rick is still around. Okay, there we are. You guys are up late too. My goodness. Everyone is staying up late. I appreciate everyone hanging out all these many hours here with me. This is great. I love this photo of Perla with her dog and the painting, and the dog sort of looking at this painting like, what am I looking at? It's a bird and a banana? What is going on here? Right, the dog looks like a little bit perplexed, a little bit scared. Like, I hope... Have you seen one of these things in person, Perla? Because I hope not. I don't know how I would protect you from a flying banana. That's great. Okay, Philomena. Wow, okay, cool. We got a few here from you. These dogs. Plants. Oh, the dog again. Oh, wow, that turned out great. Okay, so let's go back. So I don't know what order you've done these in, but, you know, especially as we go here. Oh, that looks great. These pour paintings, or poured paint paintings, not a pour painting, but a poured painting. I like this a lot. I like these flowers in here. This reminds me of an artist, Raoul Duffy, and a little bit like Marc Chagall as well. We're going to be looking at Raoul Duffy probably in 3 or 4 months, but similar way of painting, very loose approach. And it's again kind of an approach that I'll just show this here too. Like, it's, I was gonna say something that like Pascal might also like, perhaps. I mean, you could see, like, I mean, I guess maybe with Pascal, like, you could see how this type of approach where you've got like these kind of very wild backgrounds and then just goes in and refines it, paints over with some lines to kind of not clean up, but just bring some clarity back into those areas. So I kind of feel a little bit with that here with Philomena, your work. It's great. But this version you did of the Edward Hopper is outstanding. Like, incredible. Wow. So this is really, I mean, Philomena, if like this is what you're capable of doing, then I want to see you really push the boundaries here and do a few more more refined pieces like this. And I know I'm a bit of a broken record because I've said that about a number of other people's work. Because I think what I'm seeing is kind of maybe a bit of a common trend here is that the work that people are doing, like the master studies, like this Edward Hopper painting, tend to be like very refined, very clean and precise, a lot of detail. And then the work that people might be doing on their own tends to be really wild and messy and a lot less detail, a lot less precision, maybe no outlining or no... the edges are very ambiguous, and there's nothing wrong with either one. There's not a judgment saying that, oh, we should all be moving to more refined Edward Hopper-like paintings, and things that are more like Raoul Duffy are less good in some way. No, not at all. Not at all. I don't mean to suggest that. I just mean to say that it's interesting when I see this kind of thing, and then I see this kind of thing. I'm like, oh, this appears to be more done from maybe real life or from a photograph versus a painting like this, which is done from the original, based on another person's art. And I can suggest why that might happen. One is that here we have an artwork that already exists. This art, Edward Hopper made this painting 100 years ago, and I did an outline and I show step by step on how to paint this painting. So it makes it's like, oh, well, I can do precision when there's, you know, a roadmap that shows me how to do that type of work, because I just have to follow the instructions. It's all laid out. The pathway is very clear. Versus if you just take a photograph of a vase of flowers, or buy a vase of flowers for yourself and try to paint in front of it, it's like, oh my goodness, there's so much detail. Where do I start? Where do I end? How do I, like, it? Yeah, it's totally overwhelming at first. Absolutely. Because here the artist has solved all the problems, right? They've taken the world around us with all of its detail and thrown about 90% of that detail out. And then you also have me helping you figure out how to paint that detail. Versus when you're painting something on your own, you got to kind of look at all of that detail and figure out what is the most important stuff for yourself. And easier said than done, 100%. Yeah, no denying that. But I think trying, as many of you are, to do those things and to move into that much more into that area that is way more undefined, where you don't have that roadmap in front of you, is challenging for sure. But that's why, you know, I suggest doing more of that. And, you know, trying to, you know, because I think this painting here, for instance, is superior to this painting, right? This one looks, you know, a lot more ambiguous. There's a lot of, like, these, it feels almost like this could have been done from imagination, right? That maybe there is no reference material. It's sort of like, I'm going to paint a generic vase and some generic flowers, versus this starts to feel like I might be looking at something and trying to get more refined, because I got some maybe shadows and brighter and darker areas. And so it's like, I think trying to like define what things are and find where the shadows are and looking at things carefully. It's a challenge. It's an absolute 100% challenge, but it's once you could start just showing, you know, once that pathway you start to clear in front of you, then you're off and doing art as a professional. So I would encourage those of you that have done 20 or 30 of these master studies with me to start trying to find your own path. And I'm here to help you and to offer you some advice and feedback. Okay, Ratna. That's beautiful. I like this. I love this watercolor. I'm not a watercolor painter myself, so it's hard for me to offer some advice here, but I do really like the layering of these colors. I love seeing all of these different areas overlapping one another, and those colors as they mix and create new colors in our brains is fantastic. That's beautiful. Right, like all the colors in this face, right? The way that his eyes are kind of looking maybe directly, or not maybe directly into the sun. It just looks very bright. You can see like the dark shadows on his eyes, like the light. He's kind of looking into like a pretty bright space. And we feel that warmth on his face, the light reflecting on the top of his cheeks. So the light's probably coming almost straight down in front of his face. Great job. Ravi. Wow, that is beautiful. Love those bright colors like that. Wow. Really nice. This looks a lot like late. Maybe not. Let's say it reminded me a lot of Edvard Munch's The Sun. A little bit, yeah. I really like the way you've painted this bright light coming through the tree branches and things, and how that light kind of overlaps the branches. You know, traditionally, you would not want to do that because it doesn't make sense for the sky to be in front of the tree. Right, especially if the sun is behind the tree, well then all that sun should be behind the branches. But what it does, you know, it reminds us that there is atmosphere around us all the time. It's not just in behind the tree; it's also in front of the tree. So this feels way more contemporary, or modern. Okay, Richard. I love this painting, Richard. You've got a bunch of great ones coming up here, and this is just outstanding. So maybe let's just take a quick look at some of your work here, Richard. Since, again, you've been so patient. Okay, and this is just exactly what we were just talking about with the power lines overhead. I think that's a painting of yours that you did of the Botticelli, right? Or is that just a clipping from the original? Let's go back here. This is gorgeous. Oh my goodness, Richard. Like, holy smokes. That is fantastic. There's just so many beautiful things going on in this painting. This might be my favorite painting that I've seen you do. I think this is also one of your most recent. Richard says, I didn't do the Venus. Okay. I don't know. I must have accidentally dragged it in there. I'm surprised I haven't made more mistakes. But that is... I mean, this little fairy statue is awesome. Really well done. But, you know, I think maybe part of my favorite thing would be the stippling, the light on the rock. This reminds me a lot of Renoir's, well, a number of Renoir paintings, but the Renoir... Oh no, Luncheon... Is it Luncheon of the Boating Party? No, it's the... Oh yeah, Bal du Moulin du Galette. Come on. Yeah, I mean, like, I like the way that Renoir uses the light in here, like the light coming through the trees, and how just these little highlights, pops of light on everyone's clothes, just brilliant. And the fact that you've got that going on in your own painting is just, it's like, it's so seductive. And how that light just, you know, appears on the edges of these leaves and foreground, background, the grass. Oh, it's just sumptuously gorgeous. Senga says, that's amazing. And Vahid says, hello, Marco. I'm happy to be present when you're live. Awesome, my friend. Thank you so much for saying hello. Richard, this is just outstanding. Really, absolutely gorgeous painting. I don't know what else to say here. Really good. Congratulations. I'm trying to think. I mean, I was thinking to myself, would it help if this was more black? Would that pull it forward? But it does look like they're on the same plane, kind of next to one another. So maybe it's good just like that. Do we want to darken anything in here? I don't know. I think it's perfect. It is really, really beautiful. I mean, this would have taken a lot of time. I mean, the figure in the front obviously took time, but you know, even just things like the grass, painting the colors in between I mean, that should be really, really exciting. Holy smokes. I think you did a couple of Rothko paintings. These are also really nice. Right? These kind of blurred edges that he's got going on. Gorgeous. Really nice. You know, I know that not everybody's a fan of Rothko, but I love that you're investigating his work, and it's wild to think like that's, you know that you make a painting like this and like, okay, I like that, and then I'm going to study Rothko and make a painting like this. Things that most people would say are irreconcilably different, right? And cannot coexist. And so it's I think that's a compliment to your own creative ability to be able to investigate these completely different approaches to painting and to potentially see what it is about each one that you can incorporate into your work, right? Like what is working in these in this Rothko that could be applied to your own painting. Robin says fairies have 6 fingers. Is that true? I've never heard that before, but I also haven't met too many fairies and haven't had a chance to closely observe them. So I mean, Robin, if you have apparently you have had that opportunity, so that's great. That's great. Okay, this is beautiful, Richard. This looks a little, it reminds me a bit of like there's a couple Tom Thompson paintings that are similar to this. This may be based on that or based on one of your own travels up into cottage country, etc. I just love these colors in here. Really nice. It's also, I really appreciate that you have the same kind of color in the sky appears in the water. Not a lot, but just a little bit, because obviously the sky and the water are reflecting one another. So it's really kind of nice to see that, because often people will just have the water is totally different than the sky. And so that you've incorporated both just shows attention to detail. And maybe it is based on a work by another artist, but even then, not everybody notices those details. So we have this painting, and then you did like a close-up. Oh, I guess it doesn't enlarge very well here. But again, here's, and then you go from that painting to this painting, right? So, you know, that makes me really excited that you're investigating all these different options, keeping your options open. Really beautiful. So once again, so it's like when I was mentioning earlier, let's go back in time here to Perla's painting, looking up at the sky and these cables that some people would say are ugly, and yet you were trying to find the beauty in that space. And same sort of thing with Richard here, looking up at this piece of architecture, like some sort of a bridge, and it's the kind of thing that some people would look at as being an eyesore. You know, maybe it's you know, might have been weathered and rusting and that kind of stuff, and all those rivets, and yet looking up into the space creates like a beautiful abstract image. Like it kind of looks a little bit like well, I mean, first of all, it could be artwork. It kind of looks like some Alexander Calder pieces, or Marc de Souvero, but also you know, it looks kind of like an abstract painting, like a Franz Klein painting, right? I mean, it's maybe not the best example of his work. And you can see how big these paintings are, these big gestural abstract paintings. This might be somebody worth exploring, Richard. You know, just thinking of how you did this painting, and it's interesting that this was the one that preceded it, or was, you know, roughly the same time. These big, and we're doing a Franz Klein painting soonish, but you know, honestly, probably won't be for another year. But he's on the list. But I, you know, it's interesting that you're focusing in on sometimes these abstract compositions, even though that's based on something real. Even this painting that you did here, one might argue is is a bit of an unconventional composition. Like, that we're kind of... It's almost like if you imagine this fairy being a real fairy, not a sculpture frozen in time. You know, we kind of feel like we're spying on it, like we're kind of looking over a hedge at it, like as it's in this, you know, the fairy's in this quiet contemplation. It's, I think most people, if they were going to do this painting, would probably have gotten down lower so that they could see the fairy's face, you know, its eyes, and it's looking down at the book. And so yet you're looking for these relatively unconventional compositions, which I think is really satisfying. It's really cool to see those angles in the same way, like looking up like that. Oh, so Rick says it is an Alexander Calder sculpture in Montreal. There you go. I was going to say, it does look like a bit of a non-practical... like, I was like, how does that resolve itself if that's a bridge? Like, what on earth, how does that support itself if we zoom out? But it makes sense that it's an Alexander Calder, yeah. And he's another artist coming up on the list. I had him sooner than later. I was even thinking about doing one of his mobiles, but we'll see. And this is beautiful. I don't know if we talked about this in a previous episode, but I love this painting as well. Right? Again, both you and Deborah show a great deal of flexibility in the types of images that you're painting, and very, very cool. I don't know what to add to that. That is beautiful, Richard. Okay. Rio. Wow. Nice version here. This Peter Doig painting. Beautiful. That turned out great. You really captured the kind of these layers of paint, and even kind of almost like a stain coming through that surface. Really beautiful. I don't know what to add other than just to celebrate this. Looks great. You can see there's a lot of texture underneath here. These sort of like goopy little bits, which some people like and some people don't. To me, what that does is it's like evidence of previous layers of paint that have been since kind of covered up with other paint, and yet, so they're not erased, but there's an erasure. Erasure, I think, is a term coined by maybe like Derrida or something, right? There's like this. It's what's another example of erasure? And well, an example I would say of erasure would be like, you know, where maybe where a statue of some Confederate general was, and the statue is taken down, but the plinth remains. So there's still like there's still evidence that something was there, but most of it has been removed. There's also a famous example of so this is a very famous artwork that's called Erased de Kooning, and it's really, you can't really see anything, and that's because to make this artwork, Robert Rauschenberg contacted Willem de Kooning and asked him for a drawing and told him what he wanted to do, and Willem de Kooning gave him a drawing and Robert Rauschenberg then spent a lot of time and energy trying to erase the drawing off the page, which is like kind of hilarious, but yet there's still evidence of the drawing there. It's not completely gone. It's not like it's just a blank piece of paper. There's evidence of the erasure that happened there. And so I like that kind of stuff. And artists, particularly Picasso, might be probably the most famous artist for using erasure, and probably using it as a way of of showing that there's work was done that has been since moved and erased, probably as a way of increasing the value of the work. Heidi says, Rick, wonderful pieces. I can see a lot of thinking in them, wide exploration of subject styles and techniques. And Rick says, thank you for your feedback. You're a great inspiration because of your eclectic choices for studies. Oh, thank you, Richard. I really appreciate that you saying so. But you know, I really appreciate that you were experimenting with those different styles, because not everybody does. Often, some people are like, "Oh, yeah, I don't like this week's work. I'm going to do something else." Whereas I like that you're kind of, you know, really exploring all those different things. So that's, again, it's a testament to your own creativity to want to try to engage into those different styles and find how you can kind of learn from each one of them. Okay, Robin. I think Robin is still there. And we've got a few paintings by... Oh, yeah, we've got a bunch here, Robin. Okay, cool. So, that is wonderful. My goodness, Robin. I don't even remember seeing this until just now. I guess I was in such a blur getting all these ready to go. But that's wild. Okay, let's just look at a few of these other ones you've got here. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's a close-up of that. Wow, and the Hiroshige sudden shower. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Wow. Wow, I mean, you must be carving into these surfaces. Okay, so, where should we start here, Robin? Let's start with this one here. This is not, the resolution's a little bit bad on Facebook here, but, this is very cool. I wonder how you did... Is that tape or something? Did you tape those off, or did you glue them on there? It's hard to tell. But either way, this and the other ones we've seen, what's kind of cool is really seeing how you're investigating texture with your work. And, you know, making the texture like I was gonna say like a brushstroke. It's like the texture becomes kind of like a color in and of itself. Like, yeah, these are really cool. I mean, first of all, just the composition of this is outstanding. I love the composition. There's almost like a quilt-like quality. I could imagine this, like, I mean, you could literally commission this, hire somebody to sew this together as a quilt, and it would look awesome. It has like a fairy tale-like quality to it. This kind of owl, I think, flying over this kind of landscape, ocean, like with these rocks, islands, and the stars. I could imagine this like being in a children's book, or would make for a great book cover. That is beautiful. Yeah, so Robin says, yes, I use tape. That's, I mean, and then maybe a roller or something. Did you use a roller to apply the paint on there? Or torn paper in bits. Oh, wow. Okay, so did you put paper down and then peel the paper off, perhaps? I think there's a lot of, like, experimentation going on here that is turning out really well. That's really exciting to see that kind of experimentation in this painting. Let's And no roller, no roller. Interesting. Because the way that paint is applied, it's like, looks almost textbook roller. That's wild. Maybe a sponge. Maybe did you use a sponge or something to do that? Okay, let's look. Oh, and this is the side of this painting? Oh, wow. Wow. That's cool. This is really wild, Robin. These textures are so cool. And so you must be carving in with like some sort of etching tool, like a wood carving tool, like for woodblock printing or something. Because those are really cool results. Like, because obviously you've built up a significant amount of paint, layers of paint, and then you can carve into them and see through all those different layers. Wild. Oh, and then you can see the paper there. Wow. It's almost kind of hard to believe, like, when you look at this from the front, that these are the images on the side. Really cool. I am deeply impressed. These, yeah, really cool. And I'm also just, it also kind of is kind of a personal area of interest to me, because I often, when I'm painting canvases, I like to think of the edges, and I spend time painting the edges, putting details and things there, because I think there's always something cool to... Because when I go see art in museums, I'm often looking at the edge if it's left exposed. And so these just show us like a totally different world. Like, we see this, and then these guys on the side, yeah, wonderful, absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna move on, but this one here is also gorgeous. Like, from the front, it's like, okay, you know, that's kind of cool, a silhouette of a bird. And then yet when I get up close and I see the texture on this thing, like, again, like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm not even sure I know how you would have done that. Is that, like, you must have applied a relatively thick coat of paint, acrylic paint, and then as it's drying, used some kind of tool, like a pin or something, or a knife, or some kind of carving tool to, but then how did it not build up into weird ridges? Did you carve this after it dried? You stumped me here. Yeah, that's very impressive. Wow. Really gorgeous. Really nice use of texture. Oops. Wow. And then we'll come back to the first one you sent in, Robin. These, oh, man, these would look also, again, would look fantastic as, like, children's book illustrations. Because there's all sorts of, you know, I see this down here. It reminds me of the Eric Carle, who wrote The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Okay, so Robin says, the bird isn't mine. It was the inspiration for painting 50 layers of my owl, painting edges and trying the same. Okay, cool. Okay, so these are another artist's work. Yeah, I'm curious how that's done. Definitely a few. It must be acrylic paint and just, you know, with a pin or something carved into there. Singa says, could be air dry clay. Could be. I mean that does make more. I mean, because although I'm sure it's paint, the thing is just like with clay. What you could do with clay is, as that paint builds up, you could just sort of wipe it away without. Whereas if it's wet paint, so I suspect that this is probably. I know this is not yours, Robin. Then I guess, but I suspect probably the artist applied that paint and let it dry for like a short period of time, like maybe 20 minutes, and then started to carve into it. Once it's set up a little, I don't know. That would be fun to experiment with trying to do that. So maybe if you could share with us the name of that artist who did that, that'd be cool. Yeah, excellent work, Robin. Holy smokes. Okay, let's move on here. Here's Sandra. I think we've seen some of these works of her studio before. Maybe we looked at these previously, or maybe it could be new ones. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we looked at these before. Beautiful studio, and seeing that warm sun out the window makes me super jealous, thinking about how cold it is here in Vancouver at the moment. Great to see Sandra. I hope you're doing well. Here's Sanju. Sanju, I don't know if you've been in the chat here today, but we have a few paintings of yours. We got a lot of drawings from you as well, Sanju, that we'll look at in the future. But I love these. I love these paintings you did here. These little watercolors, very cool. These paintings by, I mentioned her name earlier, Maud Lewis. Maud Lewis. Gustav Klimt. Mary Cassatt. Thomas Kincaid and Renoir. And Chagall. Ooh, that's kind of a little bit different. I like how you did the flowers up there. Very different than the original, but really cool innovation. I like that a lot. And the Bob Ross. Cool. Wow. Oh, and which one is this? Let's see. Oh, I wonder what's going on here. I like these guys, these dancing figures. Wow. You've been busy, Sanju. That's great. I like this lamp. Wow, that's wild. The Christ the Redeemer in Brazil there. This is a really nice, quick little watercolor, too. I like how the light seems to be beaming, emanating from the Christ figure there. Oh, and I didn't even notice this earlier, but this is on a book. I like that you painted on the inside of the book. It'd be funny to do that and then just, return it to the library. Or maybe I shouldn't say that. Don't do that. But, yeah. Oh, sorry, this is Sherry. So let's get back to Sanju there. Yeah, these are great, Sanju. These are, I really like, obviously you did a whole bunch of drawings that we're going to look at in the future. But all these paintings, Brazilian kickboxing, you say. Okay. That's right. Oh, that turned out beautiful, those drips. Again, I think what is interesting to me is not how closely people are painting and replicating the original. It's how people are the innovations, the detours people are taking that makes me really excited, because it's like that's where each one of you's own individual kind of style resides, in the way that maybe you kind of get it wrong, as someone might say. These are fantastic. All these Sanju, these are great. And so this is just over the past, I think, few months that you've started doing the painting course. I think you did the drawing course before. These are really great. Man. Like, I mean, I love these. So these watercolors, I think, might be my favorite things that you've got here, because they're very economical. There's far fewer lines, and so when you have far fewer marks and colors, they have to be kind of, they have to, there's a, they look very simple, but they also have to be quite precise. And there's a, they feel light, and you feel like kind of everything is exactly where it should be. All the most important information is there. Like, we see this gigantic statue overlooking this town, right? Rio de Janeiro. I mean, not town, like megatropolis, and yet, you know, it is defined, but this whole swarming anthill of a civilization below is just little dashes of color, right? It's being dwarfed by this massive statue, right? Beautiful, beautiful, great job, Sanju. And I think so. Just back here to Sherry's now again. So it's fantastic, really cool to see all that bright color, and a very creative idea to paint inside of a book and to use a book as a sketchbook. You know, sometimes people sit around saying, "Oh, I don't have a good, good sketchbook. I can't paint or draw today." Well, maybe you got an old book that you could transform into a sketchbook that you could paint into. This tells me there's no excuse. This is like someone who wants to paint right now and isn't going to wait. Isn't going to wait for tomorrow morning to go and buy a sketchbook. Isn't going to wait for the paycheck to come in the mail. I'm going to make a painting right now. I love that. That's very inspiring. Really great job. Well done, Sherry. Ooh, look at that. Teresa. Wow. Wow, that is... That's great. So what, this is a acrylic on paper, I think, right? Great reflections. Even some of these would almost appear to be drips. Turn out great. Wow. That's excellent. Wow. I really like that. Again, really nice use of warm and cool colors here, right? We've got these warm ultramarine brown or blues at the foreground, and then as we recede, we get into these cooler and cooler colors back here, right? These cerulean blues, right? We have these cool greens back here, and then as we move forward, we do have some of these cool greens up front here with some white, which is okay, but we do have a little bit more warmer greens happening, and so it just gives, and I guess there are some warmer greens back here, but what this does suggest, though, is that, you've got the center of the pond, or lake, or whatever this is in light, and then I feel like we're probably standing on the shore or edge of this pond, and we're underneath a big tree casting a dark shadow. Not a dark shadow, but it's some kind of shadow over top of things. So it's kind of cooling off the area right in front of us. Really nice. Really great. I like this a lot. And here's another one by the same artist. Wow, really love the detail in here. That's great. And is this, is this acrylic or watercolor gouache? What am I looking at here? I don't know. Could be markers too. Huh. That's great. Love it. Ooh. Wow. Excellent. Yeah, these are beautiful. I love these. I don't know what else to add. Really nice. Oh, wow. Okay, this is great. Okay, so here's Tijay. This I think Tijay was doing like a daily sketch here on their iPad. So here's this image, and then they're sketching on the iPad. That looks great. You know, as someone who's doing a lot of drawing on the iPad recently, it's harder than it might look. I think some people think, oh, it's done on a computer. It must have taken 10 minutes. Sometimes it could take longer, especially if you've never used one of those tools before. It looks great. Really nice. Like these highlights and the kind of painterly quality in which you've done this is really good. Very, you know, it's in the colors. You've done a fantastic job of getting those right. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Wow. I thought this was a photograph. What? Wow. I thought this was wow. Yeah, I thought this was like the photo reference for a painting you were going to do, and I was just, as I was looking at this, I'm like, okay, well, but I don't think they sent in the painting that was made from the reference, but this is the painting. That's exceptional. Wow. Great. And it looks like you got a little bit of a brown imprimatura underneath, kind of orange colors that you're using to help create her skin tone, and very effective job. I like that all of this texture seems mostly to be isolated to the background, which is nice, because otherwise if there was a lot of that on the face, it could be really disruptive. Or maybe you've just built up more texture on the face, I don't know, to overpower that, but that's great. You know, the eyes, the little reflections, the shadows, her hair, these braids. You know, this would have taken some time and very careful observation. And so the fact that you put in that time is commendable. That is pretty, you know, that's pretty exciting. Not a lot of people would have spent that much time on a painting like this and would have given up. That's great. Really cool. Great job. So I hope the stream is continuing there. I might have some technical issues here. So if you're watching and you can still hear my voice talking, please let me know in the chat. Otherwise, I might have lost connection. I'm just going to keep on going here, and hopefully it'll work itself out. So let's try reloading that. Oh no. Oh, Jeannie says, I hear you. Okay. That's weird, because I just got all these notifications saying there were some problems. Okay, that's good. Thanks, Jeannie, for chiming in there. Okay, let's continue. The work of Thomas here. Pat Senga says, yes, you're still here. Awesome. Okay. So, Thomas, these are wild. Okay, so let's take a look. These are great. So, I wonder, did you paint these Warhol Sinatra paintings yourself? Great. I mean, I love how it seems like you've integrated these kind of very 60s Warholian images into this, with this furniture in this living room. Like, it's very appropriate. Like, it's almost like a bit of a time capsule. Like, this particular kind of couch and these lights and clock and everything, and then the work you're doing for it, the artwork on the walls, really matches very nicely. Really well done. This painting, That is pretty wild. We have this like Jackson Pollock with these kind of iconic figures on the edges and all this empty space. So like we were talking about Pascal, you know, having breathing room. That's a lot of breathing room. Very odd artwork. Huh. It definitely inspires contemplation, because you look at that and like, what am I looking at? That's very odd. Oh wow, what is that? It's like a Jean Arp painting or something. Huh. Got your Pollock. And who is that? It reminds me of like that Mexican artist Kutka. Ooh, that's nice. A little Miro or something. These are great. I love all these, Thomas. And all these kind of scratching like Paul Klee into the surface. These are really great. Okay. I want to... Come on. Okay, we're almost done here. I just want to do a quick little wrap up and just reminding people, if you found this at all interesting, to consider liking the video, subscribing to the channel, and hitting the notification bell so you know when future episodes are coming up. I might do an episode either tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday, so if you want to tune in to when those happen, you want to hit that notification bell so you know when that happens. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, $5 through PayPal, click the link down there below. You want to send an e-transfer using my email. My email's on my website and the Facebook group. Both of those links are in the description below. And if you want to send an email, again, contact, or you want to send a check or a letter in the mail or whatever, contact me through my email. Again, all that information is down there below. So I think one of the final things I want to do is just once again show some new works by Sanju, working with some students and sharing his passion for art and teaching other people in his community some fun things they can do with art here. These kids kind of splattering and dripping paint, kind of making their own Jackson Pollock paintings. I think it's just so cool. This makes me so happy that this is what you're doing, Sanju. Inspiring this future generation. Like, this is great. Can you imagine how much fun these kids had splattering all that paint, making a big mess like that? Right? And this is the kind of thing that encourages kids to do more art of their own as they grow older, that they realize that art can be fun, that they can do it with their friends, that they can get all messy and wild, that they can laugh. And it's the kind of thing that, you know, it helps them kind of get in touch with the mindset of artists, recognizing that all art doesn't have to be boring and, you know, static, you know, that it can be wild and dynamic. This just makes me so excited. It's very inspiring. I really, you know, we've talked about, you know, I've shared some of these images at the end of some of these episodes in the past, Sanju, and it's because I really do want to celebrate what you're doing. These gatherings that you have with people coming together to make art. Like, are you kidding me? What a better place on earth can you have an art class? Like, I mean, sitting next to the ocean under palm trees, making art. This is like you know, this is most people's dream. And so this makes me super happy, Sanju. You are an all-star for everything you're doing to bring art into your community like this, and to inspire young people to make art. Like, yeah, all the power to you, my friend. Okay, so that brings us to the end of another one of these episodes. I know we didn't get a chance to talk about all the drawings that you guys have sent in. There's just so much work, and I really wanted to catch up on the paintings today. But I do want to do another episode very soon, much sooner than the last time we did it. In fact, I'll probably schedule in for a couple of weeks from now, so we can catch up to all those drawings that we've got. Until then, my friends, subscribe and hit that notification bell so you know when the next video, the next couple days, is going to appear. And hopefully we'll see you then when we paint along together. Okay, thank you everybody for all you're doing to bring art and beauty into our world and help to make this a more positive and beautiful place. We'll see you again. Take care. Have a great night, everybody.